Thank you very much, councillors. We welcome everybody to the council meeting of Thursday, 25th of February 2021. Reminder to councillors and people in the audience, you are being live streamed and the microphones on the centre table are relatively, they will pick up your side comments. If you wish to talk about what you did in the weekend, that may well be a public version that goes out. Thank you for that. In terms of the order paper for today, we have had the council prayer. We've had a finance meeting chaired by the Deputy Mayor this morning, and as such, the council prayer has already been read. There will be a change in the order paper, and we'll move straight to item 4, which is the swearing in of our new councillor representing the Southern Ward. So the public forum that we have will be after the whakatau introducing them. I'll pass to Laquan to please, could you call in Coral and the people supporting her. Laquan, do you wish us to stand when you come in? Should we stand as you? That's my view of the world as well.
Maira ki roto I te whare o te kaihiro rangi tika e. Te kaihiro ngā o rangi tika e. Karaka mai te rakatiro nā tiapanga wei riki e. Ki te kaupapa te ranei. Haere mai, nau mai, haere mai mātou. Riri mai rā, ngā tapu ai o tātou tīpuna kua mene atu I te pāwe. Karanga mai rā. Whakatau mai rā, whakatau mai rā, whakatau mai rā e.
Kia whai karori hono re haruruia kia koe I hoa ngā mano. Mato tama wairo tapu me ngāne hera pono. A me te māngai hei tutoko mai, aia nei aki tonu atu ame. Ka tira tēnā tātou te whare. Tēnā tātou I rungi te āhuatanga o te rā. Au tira I rungi te karanga o te wā nei. Anō reira tēnei au e mihi ana, kia kōtau tātou, tēnā tātou. Tēnei mātou o te kaunihera nei, e mihi ana kia kōtau kua tai mai I rungi te karanga o te rā. Tēnei te mihi o te koro matua nei, tēnei te mihi o te kai whakahaere nei, tēnei te mihi o ngā kai kaunihera nei e noho nei ki raro I tēnei whare, e mihi ana ki a koutou, e te iwi, kia ora, nau mai, haere mai, piki mai, kake mai. Piki mai, kake mai ki raro I tēnei whare o tātou, tēnei whare nui o te kaunihera, e mihi ana, tēnei whare nui e karangatu ki a koutou, nau mai, haere mai, whakatau mai ki Waenganui a tātou I tēnei rangi. O tira, hia no ko te mihi atu ki a koutou e ngā uri, ngā tangata whenua, koutou, ngā iwi katoa, ngā wairiki ngā tiapa, a tēnei te mihi ana ki a koutou I tēnei wā, nau mai, haere mai, haere mai. O tira, hia no ko te mihi atu ki a koe te kaupapa o te rānei, ki a koe te tuahine, kia ora, tēnā koe I rungi tō kaha, ki te whai atu I tēnei tūranga o tātou. Nō reira, tēnei au e mihi ana ki a koe Coral. Ai rungi I tō hia. Ki au nei, ko koe tērā, te māngai, te kanohi, mo tō iwi. Mo tō iwi. Nō reira, tēnei mātou te kaunihera nei e mihi ana ki a koe nau mai, haere mai, whakatau mai. Whakatau mai ki raro I tēnei whare o tātou. O tira, kia ora everybody. Thank you for coming today. And on behalf of the Rangitike District Council, on behalf of our Mayor, our Chief Executive, and of course our staff here at the Rangitike District Council, including our councillors, we want to welcome you all here today to celebrate this awesome occasion. And I acknowledge you, Coral, on your efforts to get you where you got to today. So thank you very much for coming along. Ka rea roa ki ngā kōrero, ka te awi konei, we anora, tikana te mihi atu ki a koutou e te iwi, o ngā waire ki ngā tiapa, aku kui, aku koraua, aku mātua, aku whaia, aku whanaunga tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I tēnei wāho atu tarako ki a koe e mai, hei māngai, te iwi nei, ko tai mai I rungi te kaupapa nō reira tēnā.
Kore tāke mai ki te pō te kitea. Te tango pō pā pō namu ki te whai au ki te au marama tihei mauri ora. Tuatai ka tika ka rere ngā whakaro ki a rātou I takato I rungi a takapau paranui a kui māo koro mai tēnei wā. E a tata nei kohi ngā kōro ki wakora ka ranga nei a mātou. Ka hinga te tehi o a mātou nei whananga. E raro I tā puru tango o whiro I tēnei ngā wā. Noko moke mātou mō te rawe I ngā atu. Nō rere tā, ko ngā kupu mō tēnei ngā wāhi a ka tipu ake I tētehi kei Waenganui I tēnei ngā pare. Ka rere tonu ngā aroha o mātou nei ki a koutou e tangi hotu ai mō te wehinga atu a ia. E pauri rawa tērā. Engari he whakatinana ai anō ngā kōrua kui māro koroma. Ka hinga ai tētehi pare ka tua no he tehi pare. Ka tū ai te pare o mātou nei roti I tēnei wā. Nō reira, e te ohonga, moi mai. Ka taito wā anō, ka piki aku, ka kake aki tō waka tamarere te ki te rangi tūhaha. Ka hoi ai anō I rungi tērā waka ki te kāingoki. Engini mō tēnei wā moi tonu, oki. Ko rātou anō, e takato dīraha mai I runga takapau ka mihi ka tangi mātou mō koutou nei. Nō reira moi tonu. Ka nuku mai tērā orunui e te pauri ki te whai au ki te au marama ki a koutou nei, ngā kaunihera, kāna ngā mihi atu. Ai, ka tika ka tai mai tētehi o ngā tiapa, tētehi o ngā wairiki, tētehi anō, o kaupata tētehi anō, o tūwhare tō tētehi anō, o raukau I tai mai. Tai mai ki te tautoko ai a tātou nei kōtero. A tātou nei tuahine I tāna tūranga hou. Ko pēr he tūranga hou, he kānohi tāhito kei Waenganui. Mai tērā ngā whenua, kia nei, ngā whenua tūpātaua. Nā rātou anō I tua I mua I tēnei ngā whare. Ko ia tētehi uri mokopono o taua rōpū mai tonga nui. Ai. Ka tika ka mihi ka tangi hoki mātou mō rātou nei wehi ngā te engari hari ko hoki. I tō e te hoa tana uri e nuku mai ki roti tēnei a whare. Ko te kata I roti te nākau nei a karangona hau hara mai ki rungi a mātou nei whenua. Kaore mātou E wari tia, o ai ta whenua. Engari ko, tērā pē ko te kupu hoki mai. Engari anō ngā mia te kia koutou mō tō koutou nei. Kupu e pōhiri tia ai ki a tata I tēnei ngā wā. Ka tika ka mihi atu ki a koe e lakoa. A nau te pau arahi, nau te pau tikanga mo a tata nei kaunihere nei. Mai mahara au te taumahatanga o tērā tūranga kei Wainganui I enei. E taumaha tērā, ahua rangi rua E tehi wā. Ka pai koe te tikanga kui mā o korama, ka pai hoki te tikanga o tērā atu o ngā iwi kē. Engari mai tō maia, a ka ora tonu a tātou nei tikanga I roti tēnei whare. Nō reira e lukua ngā mihi atu. Tai no mai kia koe Andy, e mihara rau atu ki te kite e koe. Ka tika nau anō e hāpai ai a tātou nei kōtiro I roti tēnei ngā whare. Ka hoki ngā māhera ki tō ringa ata whai ki a mātou I tō wā e pakaru haere te whenua. Tai no mai ki tēnei wā. Me tō tātou nei papatākaro a tūtai poroporo E tūai. A kei Wainganui I tēnei taone nui a tūtai nui. E mihi ana. Me koe hoki e te rangona hau ko te mātai pētū, ko te CEO tērā, e pi. E mihi ana ki a koe e pi. A hoki ngā māhara ki te wā I tūpera ai tō tata nei whare ki e Wainganui E te ara tau mai. Ka kōrero a tāwe e pāna ki tā hua o tērā ngā whare. Ana te tihi anō ngā uri o ngā wairika o ngā te apa I tārai tērā whare. Ko ka kite te tini me te mano ko te ingoa he tet. E uri moko pona I o tērā o a tātou nei pananga, a tātou nei kōtiro, a tātou nei kuia. A tareta mere riki a reni. E tūhono tanga tērā ki a tātou nei taonga, a tātou nei kōtiro, a tātou nei tuahine. E peka mai I roti tēnā ngā whare. Ko tēnā, e mihi anō ki a koutou nei. A koutou ngā kaunihira, aho ko pēr. Te tini me te mano o ngā kiritia e noho I rongo I te tipu. Ka kitea e tātou nei te tihi hō mō rātou nei o te whenua. E toko toru nei. Tino hari, tino ko, mihi ana. Tērā pēr, ātoa, ka kitea ngā kiri praone katoa I rongo I te tipu. Tēnā te wawata, tēnā te moimoia. Ka rangana ai te hapuri, I a tātou nei tuahine me tāna tono. Ka whakaai rātou, ka nuku I ki roti I tēnā ngā whare. Ka tai te wā anō, ka tai mai e te hea anō ngā hoa. Hoi anō, moi o pua hau. Tō koutou nei hia ki te kōlu ngā pahupahu I rongo I te tepu I roti o koutou nei rātaka o te wā nei. Ka kati au I konei mutu wā iti. Engari I tino hari, I tino kō tonu, ka nākau. Ka tai mai a tātou nei tuahina kei Wainganui a koutou. Me te, kei te taha hoki o a tātou nei whaiana, ko te dāmete. Ko dāmete tari ana. Nā no I whakamana ai a tātou nei uiuinga I tēnei wā. No reira, I runga I tērā. A tēnā koutou. A kia ora mai tātou. Ka titiro atu au ki te tai tokera, ki te tai rāpiti, ki te wai paunama, ki te wai kauri, hoki mai ki te tai aua, aue, ka ki te wai ko manga pero, ka puta te iwi o ngā wai iki, ki utia te wai ko wanga e ka ringa te raka ko tura ki nā ka tike tia oku wai ko rangi tike ka pūkana oku karu ki roto o mana watu nā wai kaukau o ngā tūpuna ngā wai he runga o ngā kuia tihei mai. roti I te ranga wai ka ranga ne koutou. Ka wai e rere mai ngā pikauko, ngā maunga e whakahihira, kai ati ki te kiri a tangaro. I rongi e rā ngā wai ngā toto e rere mai I roti te tinanu o tēnei, o tēnā, o tērā e hui mai I tēnei wā. Mai tērā anō e whakakotahi ai tātou, I raro anō I te maramaro o tō tātou nei whare, I raro anō I te maramaro o tērā whare a rehua. No reira tēnā koutou, a kia ora mai tātou. Tuahuri.
Kia ora koutou. No mai hara mai ki te kaohera o rangatike. Ko Andy Watson, ko Koromata of Rangatike. No tū tanui aho. By the way, I say that carefully these days. So I represent council and I acknowledge the councillors here. I acknowledge my Chief Executive, Peter Beggs, as has been mentioned in the whakatau. And I acknowledge those that have come before us. Dr. Mike Paki, thank you. I acknowledge you not only as a kamatua, but as a friend. And I do wear the shirt occasionally. To Ngāti Apa, the Chief Executive, to Grant, and everybody from Ngāti Apa that is here today. We welcome you into Chambers. You have a role not only in representing your people to council and the wider community, but we recognise you as a powerful economic source within our district, as a leader in its own right. Dame Triana, it's a pleasure to see you in these chambers. We don't see that often here, but it's a real pleasure to be working with you. And obviously we work with your son Pahia as chair of Te Rupi Ayaka and as a leader of Ngāti Apa. So it's a real pleasure to see you here. To Tracy, Corona that called us on, called you on, my thanks. You made reference in your speech around the tikanga of council. I would have to say that the tikanga is at times a little bit flexible, and that any cultural differences are not due to my chief advisor. So Laquan, thank you very much for your guidance in these matters, and any mistakes are mine and mine alone. To you, Coral, and finally I come to you, and we will go through a formal induction process as a councillor. First of all, congratulations on your election. And we acknowledge the work that you have done with this council for some time. And we've acknowledged the work that you've been involved with Te Rupi Ayaka. We acknowledge the work that you've done on our standing committees. So the induction process to council is almost a culmination of that. So as fellow councillors and as myself, we welcome you on board. In a few minutes, we will go through that process quite formally, and you'll be signing the declaration. But it's your call as to whether you repeat that declaration in Te Rau or in English. Mm-hmm. After we have been through that process, we will take a recess for 10 minutes, so that enables us to at least partially go down the way that we should go in terms of being able to welcome you with socially, if you like. So, Coral, I'll formally ask you to come forward. During this process, people, please, this is a very significant part of Coral's life and taking this sort of public responsibility. If you wish to come up and film it, that is perfectly all right. There'll be the opportunity for photographs, either here in Chambers or in my office in front of the flags or whatever you like over the next 10 minutes or so. Coral, I'll ask you to read one of the two declarations. You don't have to do both. It's up to you.
Kia ora koutou. Ko ahau ko Coral Raukawa, e wāti ana ka whaia hau I te pono me te tō kiki. E ringa hoki I te mutunga kē mai nei o aku pukinga. O aku whakatau hoki kia whakatūtuki, kia mahi anō hoki I te mana, whakahaere te mana, whakatau me ngā momo mahi, kua uhia ki runga I a hau, kia whiwhi painga mō te takiwā o rangitikei. Hei kai kaunihira o te kaunihira ārohe o rangitikei, e ai hoki ki te ture kāwanatanga a Taiao, 2002. Ki te ture kāwanatanga a Taiao whakapai me te hui 1987 me etahi ture anō rānei.
I congratulate you. Welcome.
Kia ora. Tēnā rā koe, takitua ine, e mihi nui o tōku whānau e. Tēnā rā koe, tēnā rā koe.
Thank you very much. I now declare you Councillor of this Council.
Kia ora.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, the fine print is like now saying this is the workload spread ahead of you in the long-term plan et al. But I'll declare break now until 25 to 2 because we are online. I think we've arranged something to eat and drink and we welcome that. I am sorry that it can't be longer because we're constrained by process and timings today. Yes, thank you very much. I'll adjourn Council. So welcome back, councillors. Just remind you that we are live streaming, and we have formally welcomed Coral Raukawa as a new councillor for the Southern Ward District. I'll now move to what was item 2 on the agenda, please, the public forum, and I will welcome Dilwyn to the, if you'd like to come up here. The rules around public forum are that you have up to 10 minutes to, and how you use that 10 minutes is yours. I have a very limited area of discretion around that time. So, and please, councillors, when you ask a question and then you ask a secondary question, I will bypass that. I'll go to the next question because we won't have time from everybody. You do not automatically get a supplementary question. And the floor is yours. Welcome to Chambers.
Ata Māori e koutou, pai ki te kitea i a koutou I tēnei wā. Ngā karu me ngā māngai mō tātou takiwā. So I'm just going to go straight into this since we're limited on time. So I believe this was the best way to start the presentation, that it's a relationship, a partnership between Rangitike District Council and Ngāti Pariwahawaha. So what I want to do in this presentation is introduce you to all the practitioners that will be taking part in this. So myself graduated from Massey University in 1999 with a Bachelor of Māori Visual Arts. My art practice is guided and entrenched in my cultural knowledge and understanding. Māori symbols and motif highlight my expression to create conversation with the audience. Exhibitions, Dow's Museum, Te Manawa Gallery, commission work, Māori Economic Development Commission, Ministry of Māori Development, and just recently the New Zealand Psychological Society has partnership with the Australian Psychological Society. So what I was lucky enough to do here was use the Aboriginal application of faith and produce a Manaia pattern. So bringing the two cultures together, and they handed that over to consolidate the relationship here. Also recipient for the Consumer Cooperative Arts Trust. Riwati Arapiri. Riwati is a kohanga reo kura kaupapa Māori graduate. Riwati graduated from Massey University in 2009 with a Masters in Māori Visual Arts. The reason I'm doing this is to whakamana my colleagues, my nephews, my niece. Riwati blends customary Māori art forms with graffiti style influence, representing young Māori who identify with both Māori and metropolitan culture. Riwati has exhibited in the Bowen Gallery in Wellington, City Gallery in Wellington, and so I think you'd all be aware of or would know about Te Māori. So the second biggest exhibition is now at Auckland Art Gallery, and that's bringing contemporary and traditional together. He's also represented Māori in Hawaii, Tahiti, and Mexico. We now go to our youngest practitioner. I also want to mention that Riwati's whānau homestead is in Helcom. My whānau homestead is paddock away from Pariwahawaha, so we're all local. We don't live in Auckland, or we are all very much connected. So Leighton, his homestead is on the other side of Rangitike Awa, close to Oahakia. So Leighton is a kohanga reo kura kaupapa Māori graduate. Leighton graduated from Te Wānanga in 2018 with a Bachelor of Māori Visual Arts. Leighton can merge traditional Māori art forms and contemporary elements to create a strong platform to stand on, which young Māori can relate to. Exhibited in Palmerston North, Hamilton, Te Manawa, Hastings City Gallery, And his commission work had been, so the po that you see here, Leighton did this, and you can view that at, I'm trying to think of the basketball, Steve Adams basketball round playground. So that's Leighton's work there. And also with the Te Ahua Tūranga Alliance, that's the gorge, Manawatu Gorge, to consolidate partnership with 3 people, the council, New Zealand Road Services, or whatever, but he was also commissioned to do that. Pip graduated from Te Wānanga Raukawa in 2000, Bachelor of Māori Design and Art. Pip lectures at Te Wānanga Raukawa Toi Whakarākai. Pip's weaving is based upon exploration and innovation of ancestral design and processes, underpinned by woven details of nature's movement and interaction. Pip has exhibited at Te Pātaka, Māori Art Market, and commissioned work with Matariki Post Step Series, Te Whakahuihui Artwork, and is now resident with the Māori Land Film Festival Hub in Otaki. The kaupapa, okay. The matapihi we are looking through is kaitiakitanga, guardianship. This centre receives local, national and international people. It's a centre that welcomes, informs and looks after the well-being of all but that enter its doors. The building, its people and external surroundings tell a story of who we are, how we function and why we are unique. The building's form, materials and colour give it this strong masculine presence. The area we have is small, roughly 30 metres in length, and I want to soften the landscape, allowing our female artists to weave and create forms for the space. Guardianship through our lens will be captured by acknowledging our tūpuna whare, our wahawa, and all the elements that surround her. We are all kaitiaki and acknowledge our responsibilities we carry every day. Within our whānau hapu iwi mahi artistic world, kaitiakitanga is always at the forefront of our existence. It's tangible, intangible, physical and spiritual. We will capture this in the forms and designs that we weave together to give a voice to the landscape. So in the town centre, I relate to it better if I call it artia. What Pip and myself are wanting to do is add colour to that area to soften it. We're wanting to look at our traditional patterns and interweave it. These are just ideas, whānau, that we've come up with. Roughly, I've only had a month to work with my practitioners. So these are just ideas that we're working on. What we're also wanting to do here is look at colour, look at include perspex and resin with metal. So we're looking at playing with those 3 elements there in this space here. Next one. Good. So here's the reality. I know that the space that you've given us was the artia, but I'm just wanting to expand your thinking. So when the bus comes in, it's coming into a waharoa. And this is what reality is known for. So under kaitiakitanga, what I'd like to see is that there's something welcoming our manuhiri to this place. So if you can open your minds and think about that, that as the buses are coming in, there's a kaitiaki that greets them, and it will be a female kaitiaki. The whenua is female. And as they leave, there'll be another kaitiaki sitting there seeing them off. So that's our window that we're looking through. Bit cheeky, but next one. So also, I see this bit of area here. And I think, what a waste. Let's explore that. So I'm looking at later to design something that talks about our relationship. Rangitikei District Council and Ngāti Pani Wahawaha. We are the kaitiaki of this area. So that's what I'm looking at for that area there. I know, again, a little bit cheeky, but widen your thinking. Yona.
Are you happy to take questions?
Yeah. Keep it simple.
So, councillors, bearing in mind the rules I've set, questions from councillors? I think we'd look a little bit gobsmacked. Councillor Duncan.
Can I just ask, when you say the whenua is female, is that Ngāti Parawahawaha, or generally the whenua is female, being the papa?
Yeah. Papa tuanuku.
Further questions, Councillor Hero.
My question really is, initially we were looking at one area, and so it's not really a question for you, but actually for us is, now that it's been put on the table that we're looking at potentially 2 new areas, how would we take that on board?
If you're asking my advice, that would be a council decision. It may well be a further discussion between ourselves and Parawahawa as to how that works. We have obviously had also requests from other organisations for recognition of part of the Pākehā culture and history. So there's probably a further dialogue in those spaces as to how we go through that. I certainly would advise councillors not to close their mind to a further area. Obviously, it might be cheeky of me to put it at this stage, but we do have some restrictions under that budget. And so there'll be some questions there, see if that works. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Belsham.
Thank you, and thanks for your presentation. Just a question around the budget. Like if you were thinking about potentially including some of these other areas, does that still fit within the budget that's been allowed?
You know, I haven't even gone that far. But what I do want to share with you, if you do open your mind and explore the idea of the waharua, I'm prepared to go and look for funding elsewhere too. So I'm prepared to meet. Because it is about, we get one shot at it and let's do it properly. Let's be creative.
From me, you know, first of all, I compliment you on the work that we're being shown. It looks stunning. Has there been any discussion around, you know, time frames as to when the council was to get an approval as to what time frame would be to put the artwork in place?
I think that we need to talk more around that. I've been talking with one of your staff members here, and she was saying the time frame would be around the same time that the bus terminals were, so I can work within that time frame.
Councillor Panapa.
Wonderful presentation, thank you. I really love the concepts. The question is, have you considered the spaces required for instance, us or anyone outside your practitioners to have a conversation about the vision and about how to add to that vision?
I've only talked with the 4 that presented today, and I've kept it like that because you get any bigger and you get all this too creative, nothing happens.
Well, listen, thank you very much for coming in, and I acknowledge your supportive base here. Clifford, it's a pleasure to see you back in this building. So, along with others, you know, I welcome my time in the right. When I can get there, I will.
I've got a question.
Certainly.
So what happens, what's your process, what happens?
Yeah, officially the dialogue is a one-way question from councillors to you, but in terms of, I might ask for the Chief Executive's comment around process from here as the Chief Executive says it.
The purpose of today is to give your ideas to elected members. I will talk to elected members later about how they wish to proceed with the design concept. I note your point about budget and council budget and other budget. We have appointed you as the artist, or Ngāti Pari Wahawa, as the artist responsible for the artwork. I'd like to talk with them to say, would they wish for decisions to be made back at this table, or if they'd like it to go to a subcommittee, etc., to make the workings with you far quicker and smoother and representative of our elected members. So I will be organising that.
Yeah, I agree with the Chief Executive around process, and I would suggest that possibly a working group of council rather than full council would be the answer. But we can sort that.
Your Worship, that is what we did with Ngāwari ki Ngāti Apa for the other artwork we did.
Right, thank you very much, and thank you for your time. I'm sorry about the changes and delay. Got it. Well, thank you.
Ko Ngāti Raukawa mātou, e haere nei te motu, ki te hapai ngā iwi, a whenatia mai mātou. What does that mean? Ngāti Raukawa is the name of our tribe, from Bulls to Otaki. We go around the country and we support other iwi. And I hope you don't mind, I'll put you in there as that rather than say konihira, which might muck up our tune of our waiata. And what was the last line? And may we all be as one. And that's an old song way back. And so we're very proud to sing that. So we hope that it will extend on our relationship that we have with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, councillors, moving on. I just remind councillors of item 5, the conflict of interest. I'll take that as a given. I'm looking for the confirmation of minutes, and these are attachment 1, pages 10 through to 17. 10, looking for alterations and corrections, pages 10, 11, 12 and 13. 14, 15. 16, 17. Would somebody like to so move? Councillor Gordon, an alteration?
One minor alteration, page 15, and it's just as part of the minutes. It says there was a meeting of the Taihepe Memorial, and it says Park Development Board, and it should be Park Users Group.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder to that amendment? Councillor Hero seconding. Any comment around the amendment? I'll move that the amendment be accepted. Somebody, on the basis of the amendment being approved, would somebody then like to move the project, the minutes being true and accurate as amended? Councillor Gordon moving, Councillor Carter seconding. Those in favour? Aye. Thank you very much. Moving to the next item, this is the Mayor's report, and page, must be after 17. 18 through to 21, I'm certainly going to take it as a table report. I'll take any questions around the report and around the Mayor's engagement. I will note that in the Mayor's engagement, 13 I travelled to Turakina to thank the owners of the Ben Nevis Hotel for hosting the Turakina Community Committee meetings over the last 10 years. I've tried 3 times to make that connection, excuse me, but I think they're off on holiday, I think. But I will certainly thank wherever possible. Any questions around my report or questions of my report? I'll move from the chair that my report be received. So we have a seconder, Councillor Ash seconding. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Move on to follow-up items from the previous meetings. So move to Mrs. Gordon, pages 22 through to 26. And the table there is on 24, 25. We're prepared to take any questions if you wish to speak to it.
I would speak first, Your Worship. Firstly, before Mrs. Gordon, there has been some discussion amongst elected members regarding the St John and Hunterville. I just want to remind members that that discussion is an action that's taken within the policy and planning committee, and that's where that action is currently sitting.
It's just questions. There's a number of staff who have responded to these, so we're happy to take questions.
Can I just ask whether there's been any follow-up from the rugby club around them?
I just checked and we still haven't heard back from them.
Thank you.
Regarding the Chris Amon statue, you may remember Mr. Sharlin presenting last. I'll follow up with him to make it clear that the first decisions need to be made on our artwork with Ngāti Whare Waha. Once that's clear, be it a committee or whatever that you choose, and the artwork is installed, then we can look at, or you may consider other uses of that green space for artwork.
And that is why I cunningly put that comment to Whare Waha in terms of their public forum. That could well be part of the wider discussion. Anything further? No, moving right along, the Chief Executive's report. Did we do it? No. All right. Councillor Duncan moving, seconding Councillor Carter. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you. Moving to item 10, Chief Executive's report, attachment 4, pages 27 through to 48. And I'll move to the Chief Executive.
I will start with item 2, project reboot. There has been a delay, and we had expected that to be end of February. We're now expecting roughly end of April. The delay is mentioned there and the reasons why. The new staff member has been appointed. He starts next Wednesday, so we've got some movement on that. I have asked the project to add greater clarity on a complaints, or should I say issues, and feedback that council receives, to make sure that we are very clear in our ability to respond. I don't want to use the word complaint all the time because they're not always complaints. There are issues and there is feedback, to make sure that we have processes and personnel in place that come directly back to the person who's lodged the issue. And so this is an addition to what we had initially contemplated in this area. So it's not just about tidying up the request for service system, it's making sure we have a complaints process and people targeted to fix. There are some internal policies we're working on where we will be pledging timeframes for a customer inquiry from the front desk, and then a certain time frame for an escalation, and another certain time frame to come to me, and then another time frame to go to the ombudsman if I can't resolve it. And that is the only entry point that I'll take a complaint at. It'll need to go through that process first.
Thank you. We'll roll along on the basis of, I'll take councillors' questions as you go through the report if relevant, rather than doubling back. I'll just leave it with you. Thank you.
I note in point 4, it says the Ratana Community Board. Sorry, I'm just scrolling on my page. The MOU is actually intended to be with the Ratana Communal Board and not the Community Board. There is a recommendation from within the Ratana Community Board minutes that you will see that we'll get to later on, Your Worship.
Can I just make a comment here? In terms of council's engagement with the community, the communal board is a separate issue to the community board. The community board is the elected representatives from that community, and it will always be our first point of contact with that community. The analogy would be that we have a community board in, for instance, Taihape, but we can have MOUs and so on with the trusts, etc., or other organisations. I just want to make sure that you don't think this surpasses or repeals our engagement process.
Sorry, I think you just
Sorry, is this at this point, should I declare a conflict of interest? I'm a member of the communal board as well.
There's not a decision point in the report. If there'd been a decision point, then yes, but
they'll come later.
Okay. Yeah. So declared.
Point 10, the Health and Safety Dashboard. You'll see in Appendix 1 the way in which we present that to you. It's a nice, easy way of seeing our performance. That's shared with our staff. It's pinned on notice boards, etc., so we know how well we're doing. The first time I've had to declare this, but we've had 2 notifiable incidents to WorkSafe. First time, sorry, I've had to declare this in this role, which is disappointing. We're lucky that both of those incidents were, whilst they were notifiable, they could have caused serious harm, and neither did. And they're both to contractors. Both of them are being investigated.
thank you.
Move. Yes, sorry, I thought something was, yeah. Point 12, long-term plan, Carol.
I just want to ask councillors, I had a meeting this morning with the Mayor and Chief Executive. We're at a point that we'd like to have another workshop on the consultation document, and I've proposed that for Monday the 8th of March from 9 till 11. Those that can't make it, we will organise a Zoom if that's appropriate, but what I'm hoping to do is about mid next week give you a lot of the content, so you've got days to actually read it, and if you can't make that workshop you can certainly feed some information back to me. This is just a workshop. There is another opportunity because you formally adopt this consultation document, so depending on what the feedback is, we'll decide whether we need a further workshop or whether we can take on your comments, make those changes, give you back the draft to review with a view to putting it to the 25th of March meeting for adoption. So I'll send out a meeting invite, but I just wanted you to be aware that that's what the purpose of that workshop will be on Monday the 8th.
Can I just make a couple of comments around this item? The first comment is in terms of the process, which you think, and councillors, we need to be on board with this. The last thing that we want you to do is raise major changes at the late stage of formal adoption. At that stage, the document literally is print ready. And if the last stages of formal adoption should be absolutely smooth sailing, if you like. If you were to raise major issues at that stage, it creates an incredible set of difficulties and a lot of expense. So please, that workshop I'd support, really, really important. The other one is, we've started to receive a range of rate increases that could be possible within the Finance Committee this morning. And whereas they are not exceptional compared to our neighbours, we do note that there will be a reasonable rate increases is likely on adoption of the long-term plan. So what I'd like to move is a recommendation which would read, noting the operational savings already achieved by the staff, Council requests through the Chief Executive to identify a further 2% operational savings. And the reason for that is the last page of the recommendation, so as to limit or rates increases. So if I have a second, I have a second, and Councillor Belsham, I will speak to this. Certainly I acknowledge that considerable savings have been made, and there's been an enormous amount of work done by staff. But it is, as I said, a reasonable request of the Chief Executive. A number of councils in the country say, look, what further savings could be possible? I'd also note that if there was a 2% operational savings to occur, that does not translate to a 2% drop in rates. They are two vastly different processes, because there are all sorts of things that go into rate fixing in our total budgets that are non-operational in nature. I'll take questions from the floor, and perhaps a response from the Chief Executive may be appropriate before we put it to the vote. So questions or speaking to the motion? Councillor Belsham.
I'll speak to the motion. When they certainly are challenging times for all TAs across our country, but it would be unwise if we didn't ask the question to really try and tighten the purse strings. I mean, we are signalling potential rate rises, and we should be making sure that we've gone through everything with a fine-tooth comb to ensure we can deliver the best possible outcome for our ratepayers at the most efficient cost to them as well. So I think it's a wisely recommendation, and I fully support that that we give the opportunity for the Chief Executive to go back to staff and certainly try and uncover any better efficiencies.
Any further questions or anybody else that wishes to speak to the motion before I put it to the vote? Look, I'm not going to use my right to reply. My Deputy Mayor said it quite succinctly. So I will put it straight to me. Right? But before I do so, as I indicated earlier, I'll seek comment from the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Worship. In reading what you've proposed, it is important on behalf of staff to acknowledge that the committee that has been working with myself and Mr. Toombs, our Chief Financial Officer, that we have worked very hard to save a considerable amount of money where we've been able to. And I thank you for the acknowledgement. I think your point regarding the operational savings is not therefore a direct correlation into the rates increase, but it will have an impact. On behalf of my team, who I'm kind of looking at the moment, I am here to take on that challenge and that recommendation. And I would also say that if we get beyond 2 and we can achieve that, we will. But it's important that if we do get any figure, I'll need to declare if there is an impact on our levels of service. But I suspect that what you're asking me is for there to be no change in levels of service.
In my right reply that I turned down, I'd say the answer to that is yes. We're looking for efficiencies rather than a change in service. Well, I'll put it straight to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. That's passed back to you. The rest of the report.
Point 14, the Horizons Regional Land Transport Plan. You'll see a question there if there are interested elected members that may wish to work with staff on providing a response during the consultation period. I'll be happy to accept any of those now if I'm able to, Your Worship.
Just before you do that, I would like to point out that the report quite clearly says I am a member of the Regional Transport Committee. at the moment, I'm also going to be one of the decision makers on that. So council does need to, in my view, does need to prepare a submission to that. But I certainly won't be delivering it at this stage. Question. Councillor Gordon, I think you had your hand up.
No, I was answering.
Volunteering.
One off.
So please, councillors, if you have things within that you think should be part of that submission, please forward them through to probably my office. Councillor Belsham.
I'd be happy to, after collation of any input from elected members, to deliver it to the submission to the regional transport group. So I'm happy to be a part of that.
So I was going to ask you.
Collation.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
I'll move to point 17, the Rangitikei potable water supply, policy and strategy. Appendix 5 and recommendation 2 refers to this. This is some wording that we are requested to include within our statement. And I just would like to share that with you to ensure that elected members are aligned to this statement being made on behalf of council. So recommendation 2 refers to Your Worship. Okay. And in appendix 4, the item head of 16, the submission, there's also an appendix item to proposed water services bill. So you're flagging for our attention the safety plan effectively. Any comments? Councillor Gordon.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question of Chief Executive. The first bullet point in there, raise higher standard of managed water quality, etc., and especially from source water too. Given that in the north of the district, our main source of drinking water for Taihape comes from the Hautapu River, which originates in Ruapahu district and flows through a urban area there. What sort of discussion do we have with our neighbours up there in terms of trying to maintain quality? Because it's a fairly hard ask for us to tell them.
The process would be through commission, would be a submission to Horizons as part of their long-term plans if you're concerned about water quality entering our district. We don't have a direct engagement process. I suppose we could submit to the repayers' long-term plan. It would be possible, but it would be more common for us to go through Horizons.
Thank you for the contribution. I think we have to be aware that one of the tributaries of the Upper Hautapu comes through the Wairu military camp, and there will be stormwater entering it. And I know the rules are a lot different today than what they were 30 years ago, but it's still a risk. And so I'll just flag it and leave it there.
Thank you. Just to catch up on where we are for a second, would somebody like to then move to receipt of the Chief Executive's report? Be received. Councillor Ash, Councillor Hira, those in favour? Those against? Carried. Would somebody then be in position to?
Yeah, so I'll move recommendation 2 that the council adopts the.
Looking for a seconder, Councillor Duncan, seconding. And questioning or seconding?
I can do both.
Go for it.
My question is, this morning on the news, they talked about the fluoridation of water across the country. I think that came from our Prime Minister. What impact will that have on this sort of statement, if any?
Yeah, that's the reason I submitted to the regulator's position, and I submitted on the basis of scope. So I am not sure, and I'm not sure that the rest of the country is even more sure than I am, that the scope of the regulator. So does, for instance, I specifically mentioned fluoridation does that still sit within the DHB or the local authority, or conceivably could it move to the regulator's function? So that's where we address it. That's why I've submitted.
I just support what His Worship has said. Fluoridation has been a challenge for many councils, and I think the announcement from the Prime Minister will declare kind of a national interest in fluoridation. This particular point you're referring to is something that I would expect my staff to deliver on, which is a high standard of care. And I think that's what you would expect us to do as well. And I'll be proud to accept that as a challenge or as a statement by our council.
Thank you. I think we had a mover and we now have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Duncan was the seconder. Any further? Otherwise, I'll put it to the vote. Do you want to write a reply?
Oh, just other than that, I mean, this is a requirement for our water safety plan that is required for us to submit, and there's some fairly robust statements within this strategy. So I think it covers off what we intend to do for our water supplies across our district. So I'm fully supportive of this as a strategy going into the water safety plan.
Put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on.
Worship, point 18, the certificate of exemptions for remote camping ground. Recommendation 3 refers.
Somebody like to move, so we've got something to debate around this. Councillor Gordon moving. Or are you questioning? Moving, looking for a seconder for discussion. This is the granting of certificates of exemption. Councillor Carter is seconding. Take any questions around this. I would say this is normal practice.
Yes,
this is not something new. Anybody wish to speak to it? Councillor Carter, Councillor Gordon, wish to speak to it? Right, I'll put it straight to a vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried.
Thank you, Worship.
Thank you.
The section 19, the sent-off domain development plan. Actually, it's not recommendations 3 and 4, it's recommendations 4 and 5 refer. You may recall the presentation done.
I've got it on the screen if you do want to be reminded.
I'll take that opportunity to do so anyway. On the screen, we actually have a copy of the development plan that was presented, so you're fully knowledgeable about the decision you're making. Coral, this is I respect you weren't here then. This is a sent-off domain. They're looking at upgrading the facilities there. They have a plan. And you'll see here.
Can I just raise one issue with regard to this? The comment within the report is to be included within our long-term plan. As I understand it, this does not require a capital injection from the ratepayer. It is self-sourced within the revenue stream that the reserve has put together over a number of years of grazing, etc. So I'm just wondering really whether this is an information line only within the LTP. How are you seeing that phrased?
So what we put in here is the exact recommendation that was requested from Ms. Thorby. So those are the two that are in her attached memo.
Yeah.
How we would see this being enveloped into the plan would probably be be within a group of activities somewhere rather than a specific, any specific.
I was hoping you'd get to that stage, yeah. So it would form part of the activity management plans for parks and reserves, etc.
That would be our recommendation.
I'm certainly happy in that space.
Yeah.
So would somebody like to, Councillor Carter, that's appropriate. You're looking to move the endorsement of the plan. Just looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Panapa, are you prepared to second a Southern Ward? Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the recommendation, Councillor Carter?
They realise that the land is Crown land and they need the council's backing to do what they're trying to do. So that's what it's all about. It's just the fact of acknowledgement.
Any further speakers? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour in the endorsement?
Aye.
Those against? I'll take that as a carried. That's not, it wasn't, you weren't seeking a change.
Trying to get to know.
Thank you.
Recommendation 5, your worship.
So recommendation 5, that the Santok domain development be included in the forthcoming long-term plan. I'm prepared to so move. It just becomes part of the associated reports. Seconded 2. Councillor Dalgety, welcome to the fray. Any further questions around that? I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Those against?
Councillor Carter moved it and Councillor Panapa
Seconded. Thank you. And please stop me if I'm... Item number 11, the feedback regarding the use of Te Marapihi. It's attachment 5, pages 49 through to 53. Would somebody first of all like to receive the report? Councillor Hero moving. I'm going to name and shame a second. Councillor Dalgety seconding. Those in favour, this is just receipt of the report in front of you.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. So who's going to take us through this?
I'll start and move to Adina. Adina is our project manager. Has been at this table before, so welcome back. So this is the background you'll see in terms of 2 different council resolutions. We've measured feedback from users over the period in December, principally in December. We've listed those, and in the spirit of the big question that was the resolution regarding the changing rooms, we've collated, Rodina has collated some specific feedback on that. Many of the opportunities and actions are achievable within current budgets, and there doesn't need to be a separate discussion with elected members. The issue regarding the changing room is a big ticket item, and our recommendation is included there that we continue to fulfil the obligation, the recommendation, the resolution back last year, that we continue to investigate a changing room. Adina, would you wish to add anything to that?
I think that was actually a good summary.
Thank you.
Sorry. If you have any questions or any comments I can help with, then yeah.
Just the feedback, was it volunteered or were people asked for feedback?
We asked feedback from the users that had booked the building before, so there was an invited feedback, I would say. There were 15 people, 15 groups or people that were asked for feedback.
Right. No, I say that because sometimes when you're asked for feedback, people will just complain because they've asked, if you didn't ask them, they probably wouldn't have found fault with it. That's the only. I found that through bitter experience.
In fairness, the questionnaire was quite even in the way you answer it.
Right. No, it's just as long as you know.
Thank you for your experience, Councillor Linda. Yeah. Councillor Gordon.
How long is the consultation period in terms of feedback from users going to go on for? Because I would imagine until we've gone through a whole cycle, we're not going to know what every group potentially might find, either good or bad, because the groups may be so different.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not in charge of booking, I don't know. But I mean, if you went for a whole year, for instance, you're going to capture Christmas parties, end of year functions, a lot of, the whole gambit. If we stop now, do we miss out on something?
We will actually continue the surveying with the users, and also thought that we can expand it to the public. There's a few ideas of how we can do that, and that could be either like on social media platforms, or maybe there's something on site that people can fill in, just to capture that feedback that we hear when people walk around. There's a lot of positive feedback, and I think it will be quite good to just see that ongoing, and so we will be continuing the surveying the whole year.
Brilliant, thank you.
Although to be fair, the survey mechanism will be different to what we've done for this, which really was guiding us to a decision regarding what was the resolution regarding the survey of users.
To keep this moving along, would somebody be prepared to move recommendation 2 that we note the actions that are to be undertaken? So if you don't want them undertaken or you wish to challenge them, now's your time, otherwise they're given. Councillor Belsham,
I'm happy to move those actions.
Seconded. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, your name is. Yeah. Do you wish to speak to it?
No.
Those in favour? Those against? Carried. The next one is that council requests staff to continue to fulfil the action outlined in the resolution that we investigate the costings of changing room with adequate space to cater for all user groups at the back of the new Wolf Centre joining. My comment around this is, for instance, in the feedback, whether we had an existing room designed originally as part of the building underneath the floor, and the comments around ventilation and view, would that form part of the possible options? Because it's quite specific about a separate building. In other words, if there could have been a reconfiguration of the area downstairs and stairs put back in place or whatever, in my view, that is still an option on the table. And this is quite specific and it doesn't include that. Or have I got the wrong end of the... I have a view. I'll go Councillor Duncan, Councillor Carter, Councillor Duncan.
I was invited last year to be part of that group that met at Te Matapihi around looking at the options, and I was told during that time with the gentleman, John, can't remember his name, an expert who was brought in from Palmerston North, and there are a number of other, there was a staff member and I believe it was the architect, but they seemed to think that wasn't an option, Your Honour. Worship. God. Do it every time. So yes, so I believe that wasn't an option, and
It's from one group of people.
That's right. That the council brought in to consult with.
Certainly.
I think that His Worship is correct, that the resolution is specific, that staff should only look at a changing room joining onto the back door of the stage with ramp access, etc. It would be my expectation that staff would look at the spirit of what has been requested by the users, which is a changing room. And if that is under the stairs or to the side or above or somewhere else, then we would investigate that and report back accordingly.
Thank you. That would be my expectation as well. Could you suggest a slight amendment to that, which I'd be happy to support as a councillor?
I think Your Worship will just check, but we may need, in that case, to rescind this resolution first. Would we have to? Because this is the original resolution that So we had the original resolution, we said to hold on to that, we'll park that for a second while we do a user survey. And now we can go back to that resolution, but we'll have to rescind that and replace it with a new one. Will we not?
Either that or I put a separate resolution. Separate resolution would cover it.
Yeah, in addition to that resolution that I investigated, I've got.
Yeah, so I'd be happy for someone to move resolution 3. And I'll put a further resolution against it. Are you happy to move? Councillor Carter, you have in the second. Is any discussion before I put that to a vote?
Your Worship, I'm going to speak against that resolution as it stands. If we want a different outcome, then we shouldn't be putting that one. We should actually amend it and turn it into a new resolution. So if we're wanting staff to remove the specific reference to the back door of the stage and external, if we want the spirit of what's been offered, which is we want a changing room, but we're not going to second guess where it is or what it looks like, then that is too specific. And I think that's the words, that's what it is. Chief Executive was alluding to. So.
I tend to agree with you. Take a little bit of operational advice in a second. Councillor Belsham.
Could there potentially be an amendment to that resolution as stated there?
It's not our resolution, it's the difficulty.
Oh, okay.
It's not a resolution, we've just making it now as a resolution that we're following through from a previous council. So the only way that we could, when I think about it, I think Councillor Gordon's right. The only way that you could change that would be a vote that rescinds that and replaces it by something. But I'll take some advice from you. Would staff like us to come back to this item?
You may, while we're doing that, Your Worship, may wish to consider with your members an alternative motion that you would like us to promote.
Right, look, I'll leave that sitting on the table to be dealt with later during this council meeting. And that's only with regard to, so Councillor Duncan, Councillor Carter, are you happy to just at the moment withdraw your moving and seconding of that? If you want it to stay, we'd need to vote on it right now.
I would like to do it right rather than
right
now.
Councillor Duncan, are you happy that we just leave it sitting on the table?
Yes, I'll take.
Right, thank you.
Part of the lead.
Okay.
It appears from our initial review of standing orders that this would need to be a motion given to me by a member and it would be voted at our next meeting.
All right.
So we could leave it on.
We could leave it lying. If we leave it lie on the table, it has to be dealt with at the next council meeting. That's within the boundary. Somebody would need to move that we leave this on the table.
Could we have, as I mean, even if this got passed, could an additional recommendation read along the lines in regards with the previous recommendation that council also investigates the potential use of spaces within inside the existing building. So all you're doing is adding an additional part of the investigation. So we're not actually holding up that process, and we are taking into account utilising parts of the internal building, internal parts of the building that currently exist. And if that gives enough scope, I'm quite happy to move that recommendation.
Look, what I think is we'll deal with some of the other council items and come back to this meeting and make a decision there. We need to get this right.
I can write a motion, Your Worship, that now that we can come back to later. I support Councillor. Yeah.
All right, look, while that's being done, and we'll come back to this, could we then move to the next item on the agenda, which is related to this, and this is the Te Matapihi Bill lessons learned. And this is from the Chief Executive. Do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, Your Worship.
And bearing in mind, we'll stop for a break at 3 o'clock and we can come back to this item. If we could deal with the Te Matapihi Bill lessons learned while we're there.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll take the report mostly as read, but I would highlight the report that you see in the background. I wish to make clear that this is the lessons learned is a forward-looking process to ensure that future work and projects of this or a similar nature have sufficient learnings and improvement. This is not a witch hunt to go who did what wrong. I'm really fortunate that I've got the people that were included within this were open and honest with us, and it allowed us to make a number of operational improvements. The recommendations you see there in section 3. Although Jess isn't, she is online, but I can say on behalf of Jess Madano in the room as well that the recommendations are being implemented, and many of them are actually already being implemented as part of the Taihape Amenities Build.
That's correct.
Look, would somebody like to move the report be received? The easy one first, Councillor Carter, Councillor Hero. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. I'm quite happy to move that Council note the lessons learned captured in these lessons be contemplated by the Project Management Office as far as practical for future infrastructural projects. And I do acknowledge the comments that the Chief Executive has said. We're already picking up some of those things about using outside funders, about process, about training, etc. So I'll move that recommendation 2 from the chair, looking for a seconder to it. Councillor Wilson seconding it. I don't think I need to speak further, but I'll reserve a right of reply. Any speakers to the motion? Right, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. And 3, that council continue to offer elected members training as requested by them to support governance best practice. I would wonder before this is moved whether this also has a staff function. So, you know, we have undertaken some training for some of the councillors in terms of this, but equally, even though it's an operational matter, I just wonder whether it is wider than just councillors.
I can respond to that, Your Worship.
Certainly.
The answer is no to training because we've employed 4 project managers that are core to their discipline. Okay. One of which is in the room.
Okay. All right. Councillor Dalgety.
I just wondered if that was a little bit vague. What's the budget around that? Yeah.
We do have budgets for elected members training, and they are, some of them are a given. For instance, the attendance for councillors at local government conference is a given that you have the right to attend one of those during your term. Any further training or attending more than one of those local government conference meetings needs to be approved through my office and council. In terms of specifically for this, you know, it's not an unlimited length of string, etc. So a councillor coming to us and saying, I want to do some training as requested by them, needs consideration. It needs consideration in terms of, is it beneficial to the district, or is it just beneficial to the councillor concerned? Because we have had those issues in the past. But I think it's a case of somebody coming and saying, this is the justification for investing in me. So I'm not sure if I've answered your question really well, but I've had a best crack at it. Councillor Hero.
My question is, training and attendance at conferences or those sort of things, they sort of, in my head, they can be seen as quite separate things. So training for a specific training on perhaps being how to be a better chair, or you know, those types of things, as opposed to something like attendance at a conference. Are they all put in as one thing?
Tend to be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
I just noted, thank you, that the We Are local government there's a new version out. Is it an annual? What am I trying to say? The box that they put out, is that an annual thing? Or I've just noticed that they sent us out something that's to say that there's an updated version. I wonder if that's the sort of thing that our council might distribute to members as part of our training.
Yeah, there's a number of resources that currently sit within the councillor's area. I would make the comment, virtually every single week, there's an offer of who would like to go on this course. And the local government courses as a day course tend to be about $1,000. You can chew through a huge amount of money really quickly. And sometimes it's a case of who is the best person to go to report back to council, and where does it tie in? Some of the local government training, for instance, is at no cost. What the report does deal with a little bit in the background, as you know, council within this process, the lessons learned have looked at directorship courses, which are more expensive ones, and it takes a fair amount of commitment by the councillor or myself to attend. And in this case, you know, it was illustrated through this program that a directorship course this level is probably appropriate. But we just can't do it all for everybody at once. You know, we've got one council in New Zealand that said we will put all of our councillors through a directorship course. It's very significant money to do that. Councillor Gordon.
Your Worship, with respect to that motion, is that specifically referring to the governance of project management? It doesn't say that. Yeah,
No,
just have to clarify.
Yeah, but that's the reference back to it.
Right.
Councillor Belsham.
That recommendation, as it reads there, basically says we have always offered the ability to attend training for councillors if they want to take up that training to increase their knowledge and skill set. And that, I think, if that recommendation was put, it's just reinforcing the fact that we are wanting to still support that to elected members. And so, in reading it, I think I'd be quite happy to move that recommendation as a reinforcement to say, look, this is available if you'd like to upskill yourself in that aspect, then council will support you in doing that. So I'm happy to move that recommendation.
Moved and seconded.
I've probably spoken to it
Yeah,
by moving it, so
say that.
I'm quite happy to.
Look, councillors, are you happy if we put that straight to a vote?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. But just to close that, it's not only councillors. So we have, for instance, community board chairs, people operating in that area that may routinely come to us and say, hey, could council entertain helping me with some training? Community committee chair, so thank you. That brings us to the end of that item. Are you in a position where we can go back?
Yes,
Right. You've got a cunning plan.
I have a proposal for a recommendation, Your Worship, yes.
It's a cunning plan.
My proposal, and I can read it perhaps while Janina's writing, is, so this, yes, item number
3.
Well, we have 3 and 4 already.
Yeah. Okay, we'll just roll on and see where we get to. Yeah.
So number 5. And I've said that council investigate with costings a changing room at Te Matapihi with adequate space to cater for users, noting external unbudgeted costs would be required if a changing facility were to be built, that any final decision would be made by council and the investigation would take 3 to 4 months.
The issue I have is that the previous issue in 3 was very, very specific about location, format, which motion supersedes the other.
I think, Your Worship, what Councillor Belsham had mentioned earlier was that we could resolve this motion today and staff could begin work. And then staff might not work quite so hard on the former, and we could, a member may come to me to rescind that motion between now and the next meeting.
If you were going to do that, I would strongly urge you that you let this lie on the table.
3 or 5?
The rest of the item. I don't think that you can put this because it hasn't dealt with 3. So if you were to rescind 3, then 5 would be quite acceptable to me. But without rescinding 3, noting the specifics of it, it leaves you, in my view, in a dark space. I'll take any advice from around the table before I make a ruling. Councillor Wilson.
In the efforts to move this matter forward and noting that there's been much discussion on it, I think the wise thing to do is to let this matter sit on the table until we've had further chance to take a greater deal of advice on it. One of the concerning things that I have is that the secondary motion that has now been put up has not been circulated in any council documents anyway of the nature of such degree as this. So I'd rather see that this entire subject get left on the table to some thorough investigation. But we're now putting up a secondary motion that has not been circulated to any members.
I don't have the same degree of difficulty with the non-circulation. Anybody can put up a motion as in consequence to a report at council, but I do see issues within it.
Given the significance of it, though, Your Worship, I would just question that the members have really had some time to understand this, and particularly even a new councillor joining us today.
Any further advice to me before I make a ruling on this? Councillor Gordon.
For me, it's really a question, and it's a big picture process question. If we pass a motion that says something, let's say that we're going to paint all fences blue, and then subsequently we actually amend it to say we're going to paint the fences blue with white dots, does it actually, does the second motion infringe on the first?
That's the issue.
And if we're adding to the first one to give it better, I'm struggling for the right word. Yeah, detail or outcome, is that an issue? It's quite fundamental, really.
Point of clarification, no one called for a second to my motion that I raised before this lies on the table. Poor Councillor Gordon has done is confused the matter even further.
I'll make a procedural ruling from the chair with regard to this item. I will let it lay on the table to the next council meeting. As chair, I have the ability to make a ruling of that nature on a procedural matter. So,
Which motion is it you're leaving?
the balance, so the recommendations 1, 2 would stay. The decisions from 3, 4, and if possible 5, that item, the rest balance of the item lies on the table until I've received advice procedurally.
Yeah, I think we may need to remove number 5, Your Worship.
I would prefer number 5 is removed. Right, we move on. That's a ruling. So sorry.
So items 3 and 4 remain on the table, Jane? Yeah. So items 3 and 4 remain on the table.
So what I will do now is it's just on 3 o'clock in terms of the next item, noting that it is from Jess and it is online. Could I have an indication as to how long this item is likely to take?
It depends on the level of questioning, but I'd expect about 10 minutes.
Look, we'll give it a crack.
We did start late in terms of refreshments.
Yeah, so we'll give it a crack. Jess, are you taking us through this item?
Yes. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Great. So in terms of this report, the first page of it contains the legend. We discussed at the last council a need for clarity around what the colours and directions of the arrows mean. So the proposed legend that we've agreed operationally, internally, for budget 0 to 5% of change, unchanged remains a green arrow. Green is the angle up arrow is clarified to say that it is increasing towards amber. And a downwards arrow is when the risk is decreasing away from amber. And that continues on through various thresholds and into program as well. And the one thing I'd like to point is that we have under program a red arrow. That can be more than 3 months delay to a completion date, or it can be a critical date at risk. And the types of critical dates we want to capture are dates with external funding. So if we have milestones and external funding to reach, they'd be counted as a critical date, as well as regulatory consenting milestones as well. Are there any questions or comments on that?
I like the format.
Yes. Thank you. Are there any questions on the project? Noting that the landfill on Putarino Road, I've asked for a recommendation on. So I'll talk to that if there are no questions on the other project.
Just Mangaweka Bridge replacement, when you say forecast completion cost is 2% over budget, so if this was turned out to be real or worse, that the overflow to budget is to all parties. So in other words, it's split. So Wakakatahi and Manawatu would equally be over budget.
Yes, it is an equal cost share on variations as well as the contract sum as well.
Thank you. Councillor Dalgety, Councillor Dalgety first, and Councillor Gordon, Councillor Dalgety.
Yes, I was just wondering if on that particular table, if we could add in the cost to RDC. That is the cost to RDC.
It was what?
That is the cost to RDC. Yes, I've only reported our share in our budget. So that is not the total project cost.
Thank you.
Nice if we could get a bridge for 5 million.
Yeah.
It would be wonderful.
So that's project one. Any further questions around project one? Councillor Gordon.
Yeah, quick one. Towards the bottom of the table, you've got remaining site clearance, then it's got in brackets under new consent. Could you just clarify?
It's a separate resource consent. That's the extent of the detail I've got knowledge of, unfortunately. But yeah, we have the new consent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 2, the Martin to Bulls wastewater transfer pipeline project. Any questions around that, Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, quick one for me, Your Worship. Just the risk indicator arrow that you've got there, indicating that it's moving towards amber, risk of not finding suitable land. Is the risk not finding suitable land, or is the risk not finding someone to sell us the suitable land?
It's both. I guess land for sale would be considered suitable, and ones not for sale are largely unsuitable.
Do we know exactly how much land subsequent we're actually looking for? Do we know the size, how many acres? Or
It depends on the soil type. Because if it's a thirsty soil,
yes,
simpler, it can take more. Right. If it's a wet soil, it can take less, in which case you need a bigger surface area.
Okay, so just one more, if I may, to that, because I think it's relevant. So the area that we've identified that this whole pipeline wants to do, which we've already indicated in our build plan, the land does exist in that area that we're looking to I mean, we've done all that.
Yes.
And it's a suitable site down where we're hoping to go?
Yes.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Number 3, the Lake Waipu.
I have an update for you.
Yes, please.
And this is just in the last day, we've received notification from Horizons that the land that we were working to lease from the iwi Trust has not been approved for us to use. I have this morning written to the Chief Executive to seek an urgent meeting with him to plan a way forward. When you consider this is a project that's been funded by the Ministry of the Environment, that is being administered by Horizons, then it's kind of a difficult scenario for us to be in to be successful. I'm sorry to bring you that news at this meeting, but I wish for elected members to have that up-to-date knowledge.
Thank you. Watch the space. Item 4, the Tutanui Rural Water Supply Scheme. Councillor Lambert.
I can sort of speak to this. I have made further phone calls to people who were in the initial interest group of it. There isn't, it's a pretty accurate report, this. There's a sort of failure to get the full understanding of the benefits of the scheme from members, but I think as a council we really have to try again to engage with them and display the benefits of having a water scheme going forward. And if there's no buy-in, then we've really done as much as we can. But I think if we could have another public meeting with and invite farmers who are interested in the full explanation of the benefits and the costs in the area and everything like that, and then we could go from there, I think would be my best.
Thank you. Through you, for speaking rights. Yes, Arno.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through you. We unfortunately have to get back to MB by end of February. They are under a lot of pressure for any of this funding to progress, and we have to give them a reply by end of February. So,
Thank you. And I'm not sure where that leaves us. Councillor Dalgety, Councillor Belsham. Councillor Dalgety.
Well, I'm sorry, because I wasn't really aware of this February deadline, so probably haven't run as many people as I would have liked to have. But there does seem to be a concern. I don't think that people were being very forward-looking in this situation. I don't know if we were aware, I certainly wasn't aware. There's a lot of farmers actually on the town supply currently. And I think there was, I don't know if it was an official agreement, they were allowed to put in one trough, and suddenly now there's 40 or 50 hectares on town supply. So a lot of these people won't know that that's likely to go to a regulator, probably going to be metered. And so it's all about the cost of water. And they are, in the initial conversation, there was, I think they thought, wow, this water is sounding expensive. But if we got people together now, 4 or 5 years later, they might be thinking, well, what's my option? I know at least 2 farms have put down their own bore, but what is this going to be our capability to even do that in the immediate future?
Councillor Belsham, and then I'll be looking for a recommendation from someone.
I just had a question in regards with the funding. So have we actually received funding for this project? We actually have it sitting in our bank, or we haven't? So
Yes, we have.
we have. Getting two.
Sorry, this one works the other way around, Jess. We have to spend the money first and take it back. So at the moment, I don't think we've received anything for this one.
Just a point of clarification. So there's potentially funding from different sources here. So as part of the wider investigation, it was also hooked into the new bore at Hunterville. And that was going to be part of the matrix. So we have received funding for that bore, which could have meant that ideally Hunterville was taken off the rural water scheme, which would then be a component of this. So it is in my view, it's a complex case, and I think whereas we haven't received direct money for the irrigation side of this, we have received money as a component of part of it. That's, in my view, I think both parties are right, to be honest.
So I guess it's not a walk away, there's no interest type of thing. We're committed into this project. Is that correct?
No, if we would go back to them by end of February and say, look, there's no real farmer interest at the moment, then we just kind of end it there.
I think the problem is that we have farmer interest, and I can't name them obviously, but we have farmer interest from, for instance, one farming partnership. But the wider interest has dropped off. And the one farming partnership has come to us and said, what's happening? Or could we take surplus water from your bore by the treatment plant? There's a whole lot of loose ends in there. So direction from Chief Executive.
I would be happy to take that back to Katrina at MB and ask for an extension of a month or 2 months. I think the risk here is not that on the project, is on the funding we get to offset the project. And we've been offered 195,000 to investigate the scheme. Doesn't stop dead if we don't get the funding. It just means if the council would have to provide that funding in the future.
Of that 65 will come from us, so it's 120.
Yeah, sorry, you're right.
As part of the action from this meeting, could I ask whether it is possible for us to get a very clear indication of the future of the Hunterville bore?
That's a great point you make there. If I may, through you, Your Worship, that's part of the Hunterville work that we're doing. So if you can cast your minds back, we looked at the water that we found in this bore. There was sufficient volume or flow, but the quality of the water was challenging. So then we went to experts. They said a new plant that'll treat that water would cost about $2 million. and the operating cost would be about $80,000 per year. We then did a quick check. If we would purchase the plant at $2 million and that operating cost, the residents of Hunterville will pay substantially less than what they're paying right now. But then we also realized that the biggest problem there is actually the take from the Hunterville Rural Scheme. So the take that we said we wanted right up front where they designed it was substantially more than what we're actually using, which means we have this huge outlay every year to purchase that water if we use it or not. And that's actually what's driving the price up. So we realized if there's a way that we can look at how we use water, maybe purchase more storage, potentially we can reduce that take considerably. Have a look at the network of the Hunterville Rural Scheme. How can we move that water on and then potentially expand the scheme at the same time? So if that capital expenditure on the network is less than $2 million, that's a win, all round a win. The people in Hunterville will pay less. So we're busy with the work and we should be done by about April with that.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to illustrate the complexities, not only of the funding, but of the relationship between the schemes. And of course, if, I'm not sure, I think this is what you were getting at, if we were to withdraw Hunterville Urban from the scheme, then we have a legal obligation to take that a quantity of water from the scheme unless we could on-sell it to another user. So it is a very, very tricky matrix. But I think the first decision is probably whether the bore has a viable future going forward. Because if it is, one of the early reports indicated that it suffered from sand infusion, and if that meant that the long-term life of that bore was likely to be suspect, we just need to make some decisions. So I leave a recommendation that council be given an update on the status of the new Hunterville bore. And I'll just leave it there.
Resolution or an action?
I'll move it as a recommendation and come as part of a recommendation and action in effect. Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Dalgety, question. Councillor Duncan.
Could we also ask perhaps that there's an extension requested to give us time to...
We have here two different issues here, Your Worship.
Three of them.
Yeah. May I take some time to clarify? Yes. If I understood you, the conversation correctly, they're on point 4 in this report. It identifies that we need, that the funding needs to be used, or at least a direction by February. And I would take the undertaking for the Chief Executive to speak with MB to extend that time frame. Yes. I don't believe that needs to be a resolution. That is an undertaking.
Yeah.
Secondly, you've asked for an update on the status of the new Hunterville bore. I believe that to also be an undertaking, which doesn't require you to find a seconder.
Right. I'll take that. Okay with that so far.
And so both of those recommendations I'm happy to take it as an action.
Right.
Have I captured it? Have I captured it accurately?
Yes.
Perhaps there is just further to this whole subject, though, as indicated by Councillor Dalgety and Councillor Lambert here, who have taken away some work. There's a new understanding, I think, of some of the urgency from these two councillors. So perhaps there could be some further work undertaken them in conjunction with perhaps the Mayor and the Chief Executive staff, so that everyone's on the same page with the discussions around this, because there's quite an indication, strong indication from Councillor Dalgety that there's some more people that needed to be discussed around it. But it clearly seems to me we need to get a greater engagement with some of the farmer communities involved on this one, and there is some misunderstanding as to what's actually on offer and potentially what the future may hold for changing farming circumstances in our area. So
Are you quite happy that it can be an undertaking?
Well, just an undertaking. I just really wanted to support what Councillor Dalgety and the work that Councillor Lambert have already done on that subject.
Councillor Dalgety?
You sort of agree with an undertaking along those lines. Maybe it's an option when we do have our Martin Water strategy and take that out to the public, that might be a time to have that conversation. Possibly.
I'd be hesitant to see a potential confusion between the two. Councillor.
My question is along similar lines. I'm just thinking about where we are. We've got LTP consultation going on. We have regular water scheme meetings going on. Are either of those vehicles appropriate to rattle the cage a bit? Because I can guarantee down that valley there were probably people who never connected to the scheme who probably wish they'd, in hindsight, had. And yet I've got Mr. Bernardi thinking, well, we might have spare water here, but who the hell is going to take it? I mean, we need to join quite a few dots pretty quickly.
Yeah. I was asked the other day by a councillor, I can't remember who it was, whether these meetings, LTP meetings, are all generic. In other words, same message. And my answer at that stage was parts of it are generic because we need to put out a rating position, etc., and effects. But there are always within these meetings the opportunity to engage in local issues. And certainly meetings within this catchment, we could well raise it as part of the LTP process, and we could advertise it, say that we are conducting the LTP meeting, but at the same time we are wanting to gauge interest in this. Would you be happy with that process?
Yes, I would.
Yeah. Councillor Lambert, you'd be okay?
Yeah, no, my biggest thing is to educate them as well as we can about, the benefits. Yeah, very much.
Okay.
Your Worship, would you like me to move on to the next project?
Just while we're doing some stuff here on my shoulder, can I just ask if there are any further questions around item 5 of Jess's report, Te Matapihi, bus lane, town square? No. Item 6 of Jess's report, the Martin Civic Centre redevelopment. Essentially, nothing's really happening there at the moment. It gives some potential timeframes for consultation. That is all. Are there any questions there?
Could you just note, please, that where I've put Main Street, that should have read High Street in all occurrences. My apologies for that.
Yeah, I just wonder, I haven't scripted this, but Adina, in terms of the stairs, so we're looking at removable, relocatable kind of stairs, and you were talking with the principals? Yeah, can you give an update?
So we suggested, we got 2 quotes for different types of stairs, trying to achieve the most flexible options to access the stage from the front on, or also from the side on the front, so that it's a stair that can remove the handrails and can be used sideways, parallel to the stairs, or straight up. And we just got feedback from the schools that they're quite happy with the design and they like that it's flexible. That wanted to point out that, of course, there's some sort of obstruction because of the handrails, but we think it's quite important to have that as a safety, because the stage is at 1.14 meters, so it would be a decent fall for anyone. So yeah, they seem to be quite happy with it, and yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Right. Tai Happy Memorial Park Development. Jess's report.
Oh, right. Yes.
Anything there? No. Martin Memorial Hall upgrades. We've got green arrows going sideways all the way through there. 9, the remediation of the historic landfill on Putarino Road. We've got.
If I could give an update to that, please, Your Worship. Since this report was submitted, we had contact from Horizons last week and a request to meet with them on site. They have not granted our resource consent yet and raised a number of issues regarding our contractor's establishment. And those were, I guess, issues that had to be remediated immediately, requiring a contribution of further cost from us to the project, or a commitment of further cost to the project. These were required by Horizons to be in place by tomorrow. So I have gone ahead and approved the contractor to do so, with costs to be determined. We didn't legally really have much option other than to do them. And I've asked for discussion regarding this project on program for doing it. Our contractor has mobilised to site, and we've now made some additional improvements at Horizons' request. The idea of potentially deferring the works until the end of 2021 has been discussed. We applied for funding for half of the cost for this landfill from the Ministry for Environment, but we didn't qualify for the emergency funding. So we do have a good submission for a standard funding round. Now that standard funding round would open in March, and for the successful proposals, funding would be implemented in June. So we'd be looking at, if we wanted to wait and take the chance that we may get the funding, we could do so. There is a risk, obviously, that we don't get the funding, and a risk of some quite significant backlash from iwi and community, who are expecting this work to be underway and to be done as soon as possible. Horizons also gave their view, which was that they want to see this work done as soon as possible, and not for it to be deferred. However, the risk of the cost increases through the disposal of the material in the landfill is quite high. So essentially, if we choose to proceed with construction now, we'll be wearing the full cost of the construction. There is no room for funding retrospective works, and we will be basically foregoing any funding if we proceed now. However, if we don't, we are likely to incur the disapproval of Horizons and community, and we've made public commitments to get this work underway now. So I am seeking advice on that.
So, pass over the comment from the Chief Executive first.
My only comment was to make sure that everyone is clear on what we're asking in this recommendation to, which is guidance. If we do nothing right now, we maintain the program. It's slightly delayed. We still have not got a resource consent from Horizons, but we do not get any funding from Ministry for the Environment. If we delay, then we could apply for funding from MFE with no guarantee. The delay would impact Ngāti Hawati in particular. They are very enthusiastic for the works to be done. But we have a strong case with MFE for over $500,000 worth of funding. And inherent in the delay would be a risk that in a big flood event or a big water event, that material could be lost to the awa. And so a no decision from you means we carry on as we are.
Can I just ask the question there? So the decision on funding could be made in May, would be made in May?
With no works able to start until the funding deed was signed in late June or early July.
and the work wouldn't start your
If
worship dry months with a low river flow.
Yeah.
Why would the works not necessarily start until January, February? In other words, why, if we were successful in May, why couldn't the works start in June, July?
The difficulty is putting the sheet piling into the riverbed in the high river flows. So the methodology, which is our protection of the wall of the landfill, has been designed to be done in dry weather.
Just bearing in mind that our biggest floods occur in the summer and spring period. The biggest floods, 2004 was October. Sorry, February, yeah.
It's about the level of the river, I think, as much as flooding.
Okay.
But I take your point. The other consideration, if I can put on the table, please, is that we have incurred costs for the contractor's mobilisation and for this additional work that has been required from Horizon. There would be costs to, if we chose to defer, there would be costs to protect the site and then to restart the work again, repeating that mobilisation activity. And the cost, I would estimate, and please bear in mind it's a rough estimate, the lost cost would be close to $100,000 now with the extra cost that Horizons has asked for. And that would be money that wouldn't be funded by MFE.
Last question from me, Jess, is if we went ahead now and approved the work tomorrow, would there be a chance that we could argue the case for the May funding and say we know it's outside the guidelines that we've done it ahead of work, but what chance would there be of either having a discussion with the minister ahead of doing that or just doing it and lodging an application anyway? And any guidance on that?
I met last Friday with MFE and the answer was, there is no chance. At a cabinet level, this fund is designed only for forward works. The idea is that it is for local government or territorial authorities that simply cannot fund the work. So if we fund the work and ask it to be paid back, we've defeated one of the pillars of the funding.
Councillor Gordon.
Jess, is there a chance that we could cut this project into two parts, one being preparation of site and protection, and the other being the actual mining and removal to get through this impasse? And would that wash?
I would love to say yes. Unfortunately, our methods of protecting erosion sediment control and the sorting of the material mean that we can't just leave the site for a certain period of time. If you're interested in the detail, there are a couple of decanting earth funds on site, which are large sediment ponds. We can't leave them without undertaking the work.
Even for a week in April?
We could for a week, yeah, but not for a period of months. They'll fill up with rain and other debris flowing over the overland path and become problematic from their own accord.
Jess, then I'll come back to Councillor Gordon. We are due to have an engagement with Ngāti Hauti. Is it worthwhile us asking for an urgent engagement on this matter to be held on the marae?
I met with Ngāti Hauti last Monday morning at their path, and they are very, very clear that they want this done as soon as possible, and will be, wanting some urgent explanations if the work doesn't really commence in earnest in the next few weeks.
Councillor Belsham.
So a question about what other delays in the resource consents being issued, and when is the time frame for them to be issued projected to be, and is that going to drag this out and towards the winter months anyway?
Very valid question. Horizons has come back and asked us to repeat some testing we've done on the landfill around a year ago, specifically testing for soluble metals. And that test takes 5 to 8 days, and the samples were taken on Monday. Horizons has committed to, once that test comes back, processing the resource consent with haste. So as of Monday this week, they've said late next week or the week after.
We're getting very near the stage where I'm going to need a motion on the table as to whether to proceed or not now. Take a last question from Councillor Hira.
Just when you've just said that that there's been a push from Ngāti Hauiti to go forward on this, if they weren't making that push, what would we have? Well, I don't actually know if it needs a question to you or actually to us. If Ngāti Hauiti weren't making that push to proceed, what would we be doing as a council? Because at the end of the day, that river, it's all tied in with water. So as much as that's in there, the water flows downstream and it's going to affect everywhere below it. It affects everything else below it. So my question is, as much as that's been brought up from, and I'm looking in the report about the extra costs, but actually if they weren't involved in it, what would we be doing about it? Would we just be leaving, I don't know who to ask that question to.
Good question, but it's ultimately a political question at the table. Councillor Belsham.
Look, I think I'm quite happy to move a motion that we actually proceed with this remediation. There's risks straight away that we may not receive funding if we delay it. There's risks and increased costs by delaying it, by remobilising the contractor. And I think there's a reputational risk for this council to delay this any further. So my recommendation is that this council proceeds with urgency to get the remediation plan enacted.
Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Ash seconding. Having spoken to it, could you speak to your motion, please?
Well, pretty much what I've said. I mean, there is a real reputational risk to this council. We've known about this for some time, and now we're at a stage of saying, do we delay it to try and get some external funding? And I think that would be very remiss of us to do that, not knowing what potential outcomes are going to be happening during the winter period. So I think we need to progress and get moving.
I'll go around the room once, with everybody the right to speak once if they wish to. Perhaps I'll start with, no, I won't start that side of the room. I can see the look. Go this way round. Councillor Gordon.
Yes, I support the motion. I think we'd take a complete another hammering in the press if we delay it with winter approaching. We need to get on with it. I'll signal a motion. I think we need to be going to the Minister. I'd really like to see His Worship and possibly the CE talk to the Minister about this, because they want us to do the right thing, and we make an application and they say, oh no, you don't qualify. Well, come on, do they want it or not? I'm supporting the motion.
Councillor Ash.
Obviously supporting the motion. We cannot afford to risk delaying action on this and having any further environmental fallout from this.
Councillor Parnage. I've been fairly quick around.
In favour as well, as raised by Te Raukahi Tai. Every day that goes by, there's the potential of everyone downstream suffering.
Councillor Dalgetty.
This has been sitting on the table since 2018, and my understanding is it's pretty safe. There is a risk around it, but it is reasonably safe as it is, and there's a reasonable chance we'd get 500,000 to help this project if we leave it the decision a month.
Councillor Carter.
Full agreement of the move and seconder regarding I am in favour of the motion.
Councillor Hira.
I'm in favour of the motion.
Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, I'm fully in favour of the motion, yes.
For the first time, Councillor Raukawa.
Yes, I support the motion.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm actually supportive of Councillor Dalgetty on this one. I think I think that we need to understand that there are inherent risks in everything that we do. But, you know, we've had engineers look at the site, and in the past we've had reports saying the site is stable. And I actually am going to support Councillor Dalgetty on this when I speak against the motion.
Councillor Duncan. Support the motion. Look, I'll support the motion. I think we're in a position where probably we should have left this with and not gone to the minister. I think that we may have been able to be successful if we hadn't gone to the minister, and it's probably partly my fault. It could have been left completely alone. Who was to know? You know, I think that it is still. I think I support the motion, but I think that we lodge the application, whether it's lodged under urgency of current situation, or whether it's lodged and with a note to the department saying, you know, we couldn't act earlier because of the need for consents, etc. And but I think it's worth having a crack. Right, a reply.
I think it's all been said, you know, that we just need to move forward
I'll
and
put it to the vote then. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Thank you. Do you wish your votes recorded?
Well, yeah, I'll have a record.
Thank you. Could you record that a nay vote to the motion from Councillor Dalgetty, Councillor Wilson? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you. The lesson learned from this project is that we have a program of landfills around the district, some of which need to be remediated and are bordering the river. And I will take away from this to get the funding in advance at the appropriate time and consult with the ministry, and perhaps coming out of this, it won't benefit this project, but we may be able to secure funding for remediation of other landfills.
Thank you. Item number 10 within your report, Jess, the Rangitikei district subdivisions, and noting that we have some in-committee discussion around George Street. Any questions of that, councillors? No. Right. So recommendations that we receive the report. I thought I'd done that, but maybe not. Would somebody like to so move? Councillor Duncan moving, Councillor Carter seconding. Those in favour? Aye. Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you. We've got a recommendation that in regards to already on the floor that the landfill. So that's, we've had that guidance, there's no action from that. And that cover should have covered 2, 3 as well. So yeah, we proceed with urgency.
Thank you.
Everything else I think is covered. I think to my mind that brings us to the end of that item. And I will adjourn now for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, councillors? 10 minutes? Yeah. I'll adjourn now until 10 to 4. Noting that at 3:15 we have an in-committee forum.
4:15.
item, which is this attachment 8, the strategic vision 2020 document. I'm going to take some guidance from councillors on this item. Councillors, it's now just on 4 o'clock. We still have quite a bit left to do. This is a fairly lengthy document, most of which has come to you before in various formats. Do you want to go through this now, or are you prepared to just say, yes, we accept it in its present state? Or do you want to take it back to a workshop and verify it in the next council workshop? In other words, do you want to take this home and have some time with bedtime reading, etc., discussion at the chamber today? What's your feeling? How much time?
I've got a question for you on this, Your Worship. It's really for the Chief Exec. Is there something here that you need resolved here and now? Or the LTP or any other process that's ongoing?
We're trying to conclude as many documents as we can, sort of one by one, so we don't end up on
Big
the
rush
day
on the
Z
last
with, yeah. And given this has already been through workshop, it's already been discussed, we would hope that this is now an ability to close this one off, move on.
Can I add to that? The second part of it is some of the wording, like in the vision part of it, will actually go into other parts of the document. So, we'd like to think that if it's at a stage, because you've seen it at a number of workshops, that we could put some of that wording in there now.
All right.
Just sorry.
Is that like a little question?
Little. Page 71. This is attachment. I am on the right document. Just 71. I just the second bullet point under number 2, background. I don't understand that second bullet point. It's just a little typo, I think. It's just clarification.
Review.
There's probably some grammar in there, isn't there? Executive leadership team review and long-term perspective.
Apply a long-term perspective, it should be, and apply a.
Yeah, thank you.
Would be a.
Councillors, Councillor Ash. Councillor Ash?
Yeah, I had made a question to myself to go back and see if I could find strong wording around Maori land, unlocking the Maori land up there within our strategic sort of vision, and couldn't.
Isn't it embedded in the vision statement around the cultural strategic vision?
Was that clear enough? I made a little note to myself and I can't remember quite what that was.
It doesn't specify, I don't think it specifies landlocked land. It talks about spatial areas and storytelling, etc. But I don't think it's that it connects the landlocked land issue.
And in my mind, that's rather huge and should be very much a part of our vision.
All right, look, the consensus is that we are going to run through this. If we're going to do this, let's be a little bit more systematic about how we do it. So if we look at the strategic vision, so page 70, well, the reasons for the report 71, the background, does anybody have any questions around the background? No, okay. So we'll go straight through to the strategic vision 2020, updated 21, context, and there was a grammar in 2 to be changed to and applied long-term perspective. Other than that, including the future use of the document, allowing, etc. Are there any changes that you're looking to make there? I'm going to rattle through this quite quickly, councillors. No, right. Go to contributing information to the strategies. So this is and you go to elected members' strategic outcomes, this is the where we looked at mega trends, etc., aspirations, etc. I'll give you the only note that I had that quite specific on the bottom of page 77, the key decisions and outcomes by the end of 2020. We just have to note that some of those have not been actioned.
Sorry, what page are you on?
Bottom of page 77. Martin Civic Centre proposal as presented to the public. We probably haven't quite met that.
So that was what elected members requested of us in November 2019.
Yeah, but do we have to then note that not achieved, or do we say those are aspirations that we're continuing to work on? Because people will pick it up and they'll say, this says that it's quite specific, you will have done this, and they'll challenge us. That's my only comment with regard to that section.
In that case, Your Worship, should we put at the top of page 76 aspirational or something just in brackets so that you can get it?
Yeah.
Wording to that effect.
Yeah.
Might be elected members' strategic aspirations.
Even the bracket, the piece at the end saying, you know, some of these actions we need to do further work on. I think council staff could just take that as an action rather than. Then you go to the executive team strategic vision. Look, I don't think that we should label something executive team strategic vision. This is the vision from council, full stop. It may have been formulated by the executive team, but if you're adopting it, you're adopting it, and you're the governors. Do we have any comment around that space, or do we have any comment around the vision that's attained within it? Councillor Duncan.
I have a bit of a problem with promote and facilitate increased numbers of community spaces, because my understanding from being in this on council for a year is that in fact it's not so much about increased numbers, it's about quality and use of existing facilities. In fact, I'm wondering if
could you not just say promote and facilitate meeting hubs and places for communities to connect, full stop? Pull out the middle section of it.
yes, it's the increased. I just don't know how.
I suppose it's just a point. I mean, this is looking to 2050.
And we've got a bigger population.
Yes. So to cater for that, what do we want? And I think one of the key things that did come out was the importance of communities being able to connect, so creating those spaces to allow that. So it doesn't prohibit anything or change anything, it's just saying by 2050, if we have this increased population, these are the things that we would need to look at. And that will also be part of our spatial planning that we will be undertaking. We'll be looking at all that.
Will be holographic by 2050.
And running on hydrogen.
Andy, there's a question down here.
Sorry, Councillor Hero.
My thoughts around the how this has been labelled as coming back from the executive team. Personally, I think that that's correct, because at the end of the day, what they've done is they've pulled, had an overview look at what we as the councillors had put forward at that strategic, the strategic hui that we had over in Palmerston North. That's what I'm thinking that came from. And so that is the view of the executive team. So how do we ensure that that doesn't get lost? Because you're looking at it from a completely a different outlook than what we were looking at it from an individual point of view. So but I also take on board what you've said, Andy, that it needs to be going out as a kaupapa from all of us, but I don't think it should be lost that actually this was and it is written in there. It does say in there that it's come from input from the councillors. I don't want that to get lost either. I don't want it to get lost that this was the take that from an operations and executive team member's point of view, this is what was taken out of it.
Also, the headline is these are contributing documents to help the strategy development. So they're just documents, they are the strategy. So, I mean, the information is there. That's not to say that we're going to implement all of it. So, yeah.
Councillor Wilson?
I'm looking to move the recommendation if I'm
To adopt the entire document?
Yes. And I'd like to speak to it.
Well, we'll wait to see whether you get a second to that first. You like to move that we adopt the document, the entire document as stands?
Yes.
Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Panapa.
There have been some improvements suggested, and I have noted 4 of those. I would be happy to take those as read if that's okay, as part of the motion.
Would that be all right with the mover? Would that be all right with the seconder? Now you wish to speak.
Yeah, I think we run a risk of getting really bogged down in this one. It's a strategic vision, which is a living document. It's something for the chief executive and his management team to forward down through to the entire organisation in conjunction with council to take this through. What underlies the strategic visions are a number of policies and procedures that the chief executive and the management team will drive through to meet. Some of the things we won't meet, but I think good on us for having those aspirations to have them in there. Hopefully we can meet more than the ones that we don't meet. But I think it is a living document, and I think we should have a strategic vision. I'm happy with the way it reads. I think the understanding is of all the councillors' views and thoughts have been taken with it, and I think that it's up to the councillors and the chief executive and his management team to deliver the best policies and practices that meet the strategic division which we adopt. So I encourage all of us to adopt this document as a blueprint to moving forward.
Like every time you move a motion, you encourage the others to support it.
All politics, your worship.
Call a councillor.
What I'll do is we've had one speaker for the motion. I'll open it up. At the moment, I'll hang with the rule that we can have maximum 3 speakers for and against the motion before it proceeds to a vote. Any other speakers too, or for or against? Any speakers? Or no speakers? Then I'll go straight to motion.
I'm happy to support the recommendation. I mean, there's input being taken throughout this process, as Councillor Wilson has said, and it is a live document. You know, it's a strategy. Some of it will and some of it won't take place, but it's a vision that we as elected members and with some input from council staff, officers have provided, and it's about the team going forward together with this strategy and this vision. So I'm happy to support the adoption of it to feed into the long-term plan.
Any other speakers? Councillor Panaka.
Just want to add the perspective that for a vision to be focused, it requires 2 lenses. We've got the elected and the executive, who are both giving us a clear vision of where we're moving. So here.
Any other speakers? Do you want the right of reply, Councillor?
No, you wish.
Put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. That's easy. That takes us through to I believe the development of Maori capacity to contribute to decision making, attachment 9, pages 95 through to 99. Who is going to take us through this?
It's me, and dare I say that this has been shown to you before. And also it's come here, it's come to track twice, Te Rebuahika, and have their endorsement at their meeting on the 9th of February. And again, it's another policy that needs to be included in our long-term plan. So we're looking to seek your approval to put it into that document.
Look, councillors, I think this one is straightforward. We can just move to adopt. I'll move from the chair. Yeah. Councillor Wilson seconding. Any questions or discussion? Right, I'll put it straight to a vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you. Next item. That was myself and Councillor Wilson. The next one, we have the boundary bridge strengthening. Could somebody first of all move that we receive the report? Or I pass over to Phil. Seconded. Take your pick. Councillor Dalgetty, Councillor Coral, Councillor Belsham, Councillor Gordon. Belsham. Right. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. No, sorry, I shouldn't be flippant here. Go Councillor Hira and Councillor Belsham as movers and seconders. Sorry, I apologise to you. It's not fair. Right. Would you like to take us through this, please? Thanks, Phil.
This report seeks approval for a budget of $622,500 for the council's half share of the strengthening of the boundary bridge between Hastings District Council and Rangitikei District Council.
Phil, if I can help on this one, I think probably best if you answer the questions and I'll introduce.
Okay,
yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
We did agree that, sorry. So this is something that's been discussed at Assets and Infrastructure. This moves to a value which is outside of my approval range. And so Phil is here with the report to seek the authority to spend the 622, noting that of the 622 that comes from our bank account, there is the far rate that goes back into our bank account, which is the 392. So the total cost to this council is estimated to be 230,325. And I say that because there's a contingency allowance which we may or may not spend. Phil, there was a question, forgive me, Your Worship, there was a question to me intercessionally by an elected member who sought clarity on the confidence that you have in the number of the contract cost of 894,000. The member had said to me the number formally presented was 894,017, and having a 000 for that member and perhaps others as well gives unfortunately a lack of confidence that we're actually representing the actual numbers, which I support.
Okay, I can confirm that the actual contract award value is $894,017. We have on our file a copy of the contract award letter, but we also have the full procurement report, and that lays out the procedure that was used to assess the project and award the contract, and that will ultimately end up on our file here in SharePoint.
Some questions from me around this. So, how many different companies tendered for this work?
Two companies tendered. So to be honest, I haven't brought the tender award report. I wasn't anticipating that question.
Yeah, I mean, it is, to be honest, it is what it is now. But you know, it is disappointing that we are one of the principal three funders of this group, and we've had no knowledge of it. And we were not part of the tender appraisal process, were we?
No, we weren't.
So that's probably something that you and I need to comment on and address outside this venue, really.
Yes.
But it is, as I said, it is what it is. Councillor Hero.
My question is, with our boundary, all of the councils that surround us, it says in here that it's been in their, was in the district council's long-term plan. With the surrounding councils around us, what else what else is out there that we might potentially not know about? And how do we deal with that?
The answer is we have a number where these things happen, of course, as bridges. We have a very good relationship with our boundaries with Whanganui and Manawatu. So we have all those protocols and they've never been missed before. So I'd be very surprised if there's anything else. This is the only boundary bridge that, to my knowledge, with Hastings. I'd be fairly sure of that. So it's probably in the bracket of lessons learned.
I think to accept the responsibility for this on this particular project, council staff have fallen well short of what you would expect of us, and I'll take accountability for that. I've asked the team to go back and do a thorough check on why on earth this happened, and that this is not tolerable to happen again.
I think the question is also a tribute to shared services potentially as well. It may not be. It may be something that our staff were truly unaware of, but other shared services may be. But I'm supposing that's a dangerous thing to do. Supplementary question, Councillor Hero.
I'd just like to know then, this has got nothing to do with this bridge, but taking on board what Councillor Gordon had spoken about in the water space, and potentially what does that mean for the Ruapehu District Council in that space? How do we interact in there? I'm just liking it. It's the same, it's a different take, but actually it's a bordering council. That what's our interaction to know how does that all mesh in together?
Yeah, and I sort of put Ruapehu in that mix because they are there. We've had a number of discussions with Ruapehu over shared assets or even things that we own within their patch, such as a block of forestry. I'd be fairly convinced this is a one-off situation.
In the report, it states that the funding of this work is part of the existing council asset management long-term plan, and it's been agreed between NZTA and council. So I guess that does sit in the work program. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a specific paragraph about that. It's paragraph 3. That's explaining that it wasn't on the initial long-term plan submitted 2018, but that we've been reporting on its inclusion since July 2019.
And another question was in regards with the lifting of the level of the bridge to the 50 tonne HPMV maximum limit, and knowing the condition and, well, the topography, I guess, of Napi Road, has there been any thought given to future roading maintenance with the allowance of those heavier vehicles on that roading network? Because they certainly have shown to be detrimental to our state highway network. So a road like the Napi Road, I believe, if they start taking 50-tonne vehicles, I guess that's my personal opinion, it's going to have some significant impact to the maintenance of that road.
Yes, that is, a valid view, but the philosophy is that there will be less of these vehicles, and that because of the new design of the layout of the axles, they shouldn't be generating that much more damage than a present day heavy vehicle. You know, for instance, what we're saying is the 50 max vehicles are longer, so they're spreading the road, spreading the load, and should in effect do the same damage, not do any more damage.
Councillor Wilson, then myself.
I'm looking to move as a block. 1 through to 5.
Yeah, I think I can provide the answer to Councillor Belsham. We recently had a Zoom call. There was only one station that expressed your viewpoint that the road shouldn't go to HPMV. However, the other farmers and significant other voices said you need to move with the times, including all the carriers that service that station. So there was a general feeling of this is progress moving forward. So yes, but your question was raised by Namatea, by Nathan. Right, I'll go back up. Somebody wishing to move.
Yes, I'm looking to move the block, if I may. 1 through to 5 recommendations.
We're hopeful that you can find a seconder then. Councillor Gordon, seconder. Wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I do. First of all, thank you to the Chief Executive for expressing your concerns about how this has come to the table. I think we as elected members should have some faith and respect for the Chief Executive for making those statements here at this open and public forum. I think what we need to understand here is that whilst we've got to this point, we possibly would have got to this point regardless of which way we got there. And I know that's probably the wrong way to look at it, but what we're talking about is a shared bridge. If we're talking about neighbours building a fence, we share a cost. You know, I think that we've just got to get on and get this done. I don't think debating how we got there is really going to achieve it. We understand that there's some learnings from it. The Chief Executive has expressed that to us. The roading team are here and have taken that on board. This is the second time it's come to this council. First time was at the Assets Infrastructure meeting last week, I believe, of which most of you are members, I think as well. So I don't think there's anything in these recommendations that as councillors we should have a concern about. I think we should just get on and move forward, get this bridge done and get it built and carry on. I think that's all we can do.
Councillor Gordon. Duncan. Sorry, Councillor Duncan. It's the first time today.
I would just, it needs to be amended though, doesn't it? Just the numbers there to put the 17 in.
As amended.
As amended.
Any other speakers? Councillor Duncan.
Yes, look, I support Councillor Wilson's words there. I think the reality is, and people may cringe a bit at the H50 status for that road because it's a pretty gnarly bit of road. I suspect we have 50-ton plus trucks going over it right now on old axle configurations. This bridge is critical, and we've got ones at the other end that are critical. And if we push big loads across them, we're going to have a fatigue issue. That's what's happened with steel bridges, and so we just need to get on with it and get this fixed and get it sorted.
Councillor Belsham.
I've got a question on the recommendation number 3, and where the funding will mean a reprioritisation of other work into subsequent years. Are we confident that that's not going to be detrimental of shifting some of that work out into future years? If we're signaling, okay, we've got an emergency piece of funding we need to get in place to get this bridge done, the work that we're pulling $230,000 away from, is that going to be detrimental to any and provide any impact to our ratepayers?
No, I don't think so. The project that we're deferring was one where we're struggling to find a location for the spoil that it's going to generate. So in some ways it was quite convenient to defer one project into next year. And the work will end up being done anyway.
If I may just clarify a point that Councillor Belsham just made,
You mentioned pulling 200k out of another project. The bottom of page 102 shows we're actually pulling 620k out of an expenditure line.
Yeah, I guess the net, I guess it was the net funding, but yeah, correct. It is 600 and something odd thousand, the actual project.
I would have a question in terms of finance. So when you move it out of low cost, low risk budgets, safety improvements, they would not be capital items, but a bridge construction or strengthening of a bridge is a capital item.
Yeah, the key to that is, again, bottom of page 102, where the budget's coming out of includes the word improvements. So it's a bit of a misnomer. You've got renewals and improvements in the same category, but this is a capital budget. So the work that would be done would be capital.
Yeah. So the question there for finance is whether you want to actually loan fund this, whether you just want to pay for it. Some capital work, you can loan fund it if it is low, if it's operational account. But I think we could leave the essence of this to the various squabbles and conversations between two departments. I shouldn't say squabbles, must be two.
There's comments on that? So what this proposal is doing is saying we've got an existing budget of 800, again, bottom of page 102, 800k to do these road improvements. If we transfer 600 of that into this bridge project, then we won't spend that much on road improvements. Or we could have the 600 as an unbudgeted overspend, debt funded, and spend the 800 as well this financial year. But I think our colleagues across the table are saying that we don't need to spend that 800 this year, so let's repurpose 600 of it. And then our works program won't suffer, the quality of our roads won't suffer. We can do that.
Okay, I think we can leave the mechanics councillors to staff with this. Any further speakers? Right of reply?
No right of reply required, Your Worship.
I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Moving to item number 17, the Bulls surplus property. Could somebody move the receipt of the report, please? Councillor Dalgetty moving, seconded by Councillor Raukawa. Councillor Lambert, I'll save you for the next one.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship.
Next one's exciting, Councillor Lambert.
This one's not.
I'll start on this one. Thank you, Your Worship. Couple of points in this one. Firstly, there is a slight error in the report. In the executive summary, I refer to 7 individual properties. It should read 8, and that's because of the Walk Crescent or Haylock Park should be included in this lot. But the disposal of Haylock Park or Walker Crescent is not contemplated in this report. Just effectively, I just got the number wrong. So this report is not talking about Walker Crescent. We will be bringing a paper on that to you at a later stage. So this report gives you a reminder that we have already resolved for the sale of some properties. And of that resolution, you've given us the criteria for non-financial considerations, and that I intend to move forward with that resolution this calendar year. There are 2 further properties in Bulls that could do with sale and have a contribution to council funds. They're outlined in section in point 4, and if you choose to resolve to sell those, then I would recommend to you to consider the same non-financial considerations at 30%. Graham Poynton is here, happy to answer any questions, Your Worship.
Any questions from councillors?
The document you have, the table should have been in the appendix, which give you the colour coding referred.
Councillor Gordon.
Yes, through your worship, if we were to proceed with the land at Fruit Street, how could we get best value out of that? Would we sell it as a unsubdivided block, or would we consider changes to its status so that we could get better value?
Your Worship, I'm not a developer. Prudence would say that we could develop it as council and therefore obtain a higher price. Inherent in that is the risk that council are not developers. And we don't have that core expertise within council. And forgive me, councillor, but I'll probably will turn the question back on and ask you for your risk appetite. So it is something we could do, but we've not done before.
Thank you. Question answered.
My advice to council would be don't do that.
Yeah.
We don't pay, we just don't have the resources apart from anything else, apart from risk. The workload ahead of council is very, very significant. Councillor Carter.
Through you to Mr. Poynton, what is the size of that section? Is that just that half paddock?
Fruit Street.
Yeah, Fruit Street.
It's about a little under a hectare, I think. We have had a potential developer suggesting there is potential for around 12 residential lots.
If I may continue, there's a second part of that paddock. Is that not owned?
That was council, that was transferred to the Crown in exchange for other land, including number 15 High Street.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert.
Well, Councillor Carter asked my question, but I'll follow. Is section 15 a bare site? Is it or?
Yes, it is. Bare land.
Is somebody prepared to put a motion on the table here? Look, I think the first motion is that council confirm the intention to proceed to sell in 2021. I think we need to do this. This is a funding part of Te Mea Pihi. Whether we net down, the question in my mind is whether you affirm the intention to proceed with sales rather than to sell, because to sell refers to every single one of those blocks. Some may take longer, but good aspiration, I suppose. Councillor Wilson, you are going to move.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that, and I'm actually happy to move it. I hear what you're saying with the changing of that word, but I actually think that the motion as it reads confirms what council's intention is. So I'm happy to move it as it's written there as recommendation number 2.
All right. Looking for a second to that. Councillor Carter, wish to speak to it?
No, Your Worship. I think it's well documented how we've got to this point.
Anybody else? No, I put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Then the council directs and authorises the chief executive to offer 15 High Street Bulls and the bare land at the end of Fruit Street for sale, and according to our policies. Councillor Belsham moving. Councillor Wilson seconding. Any discussion?
No.
Put it straight to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of that item.
I think there's a fourth recommendation to move item 4 as well.
Okay.
That the consideration is 30% for non-financial.
Yes. Perhaps I should explain this, the benefit of a new councillor. So when we have a policy that says when we're going to dispose of land, then we can put some non-price attributes against it. So those non-price attributes can include what's it going to be used for? Is it beneficial to the district? Does it involve local people? All of those sorts of things. So here the suggested weighting is 30%. In other words, you could have somebody offer a lower price and still get it. Okay, is that a reasonable explanation?
Thank you.
Right, I'm looking for a mover to Councillor Belsham, second Councillor Wilson. I think we can go straight to a vote here. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you. Moving to item number 18, capital expenditure. Mr. Toombs, are you taking us through that?
Yeah, I'll just introduce it. This arose because I think it was a Finance and Performance Committee meeting. I was asked to provide a summary of the difference between capital expenditure and operating expenditure. And I thought rather than just tell the Finance and Performance Committee, we'll bring it to Council. So, because it can be confusing, as the last agenda item showed. I'm happy to read out to you word for word, or I can just take it as a read. I think Councillor Lambert itching to.
You'd like to move the receipt of the report? Thank you. Councillor Lambert, were you seconding?
Yes.
Any discussion? I think it's a very good explanation.
Thanks very much.
Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Well, you obviously did it very well, right? Yeah. That takes us through to receipt of minutes, doesn't it? Capital budgets. Okay. Can somebody move the report on capital budgets be received? Thank you, Councillor Belsham. Councillor Lambert seconding. Those in favour? Thanks. Those against? Carried. As Chair of Finance, do you wish to move further into the report?
No, well, the report gives a clear indication of the current capital projects in I guess the budget lines, and how far some of them are through and how far some aren't. And it gives a clear indication of what we may be looking at carry forwards. So I think it's a well put together and a well explained report. The one area within the report around the Taipi Town Hall capital budget and the potential for shifting that provision into the Martin, or the urgent sort of work on the Martin Memorial Hall roof is quite pertinent. I believe, are there updated figures on the replacement of the Martin Memorial Hall roof? I don't think it's that full amount, is it?
43,000.
43,000. Yeah.
Just a comment from me. The recommendation too, that council notes the forecast levels of capital, so it is noting at this stage, does this form part of the formal carryover to next year?
Not at this stage.
Okay, that's fine.
But if I may just expand on that response. So what I've handed out as a table document is there will be some significant carry forwards from this financial year to next financial year. And what I've handed out there is 4 columns of numbers. The first one is the 10-year plan, 10-year plan total. And then I've got years 1, 2, and 3. So you can see that if we do carry forward this 9 million, give or take, we are going to be taking next year's capital budget, it's on the bottom of page 2, from 35 million to 44. And that's a huge number. And officers have discussed that and are comfortable that it's achievable.
So when in the process would you be formally move these carry forwards further rather than just advice at the stage?
I'd be guided by others' thoughts, but towards the end of the financial year when the figure's a bit more firmer.
But these, so at this stage though, you'd be dropping these into the consultation document for year for the long-term plan.
I might get some guidance on that.
Can I offer some possible advice? If you're clearly identifying them as carry forwards now,
Oh, sorry, yes, yeah.
that would be an advantage to you in terms of your determination for the draft long-term plan, surely.
For the budget? Oh, yes, yeah, so the numbers can be put into the budget, sorry, yes, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're going to do that for the LTP plan document, the earlier that you could determine that would be, I'm not a finance person, but the implications to the budgets are substantial.
It's substantial. If we put 9 million in, it ends up being 10 million. The impact of that will be depreciation through the years, and that probably is only going to be a 1-year impact, and it won't be significant in terms of rates and balanced budgets.
I have a question, if I may. Just
through the chief executive.
Yeah. Thank you for that. It might be a silly question, but in a normal year, I would imagine we capture that in the annual report as to how we performed on what we said we're going to do for the year and what money was carried over. Generally, that's the correct thing that we do. This year, because it's an LTP, do we still produce the annual report, or does it fall away?
Annual plan. Yeah, we always do an annual report. The annual plan becomes a long-term plan.
But in this year, we won't do the annual plan because we're doing the LTP. But do we still do the annual report, because that's where you capture that information?
The annual reports, yeah. That reports on historic stuff.
So what I'm kind of saying is, are we not duplicating information if we're going to capture that in the annual report anyway? Why are we putting it in the LTP?
The annual report's backward looking. It shows what we've done for this financial year.
The idea, yeah.
And then long-term plan says future.
I think this is a fundamental issue that you actually, council needs to understand. And the best way I could possibly explain this is if you have $10 million, for argument's sake, that you are carrying forward, then the team doing their budgets now for the long-term plan, that 10 million in terms of capital works drops out of the rating forecast year 1 of the LTP. So you effectively lower the costs of year 1. And our rating position in the LTP should indicate that. So the earlier we can establish the carry forwards, better. And remembering that the carry forward generates 2 parts of this. The first part, quite rightly, is the depreciation schedule, but the other part of it is literally for a loan that you're not paying for. So that $10 million unspent has a function there as well, depending on when it's actually paid. So I think my advice would be the earliest we can possibly put these figures into our budgets in terms of carry forward, the better. Especially if it's work that may end up not being done at all. As I think always, percentage of carry forwards, that's the occasion historically. Probably 80% of carry forward budgets are spent, and 20% of them just sort of we've found a better option. But I'm not the chair of finance. Councillor Belsham, do you have a view?
Well, it's a question, and Mr. Toombs has partially answered it, but it's around the ability to deliver the carryovers as well as the ambitious projects in the LTP, so in the next few years. And inherently, we've always had a significant underspend in the capital works program, but has emphasis really been put on the ability to deliver some of these work programs? Because I understand that that's certainly a focus of audit, is to say, you know, get realistic on what you can actually deliver versus, you know, what you're ambitiously you want to deliver. And that's my concern, is that we're going bring how many million is it into the LTP, and we've already got quite a significant plan there anyway. Are we really being realistic about being able to deliver that program? And if audit pulls it up, I think they'll take us to task.
They will certainly question us. If I may just refer to the table document, top of page 1, it shows some big ticket items under the heading section 1, key major projects. And we can see there, and I'll let Arno talk in detail about these, but the second one down, so almost 8 million of that is the rail hub. And I believe there's a fair amount of, subject to weather conditions, etc. There's a fair amount of confidence that that'll be hit. Further down that page, section 3, you've got 11 million in the roading and footpaths. Now they've always delivered there. So we've gone through this, albeit at a high level, and identified that the big pictures, the big items, they are realistic. Yeah. Now, adding the 9 million to that, you're right, it's a big headline. The last 3 or 4 years, our annual capex has been between 12 and 15, and we're now going to be saying we're going to do 44. We're saying we're going to do 25 this year. The PMO, combined with the fact we've got these big one-off, gives us a certain amount of comfort. The question could be not so much in our ability to manage these projects, but every council is doing the same thing. Is there the raw materials around the country that's going to enable every council to do what they want to do?
Sector to deliver.
Yeah. And it's not just the local government there. The hospitals being built. There's a big demand on the construction industry.
And unfortunately, that's out of our hands.
Yeah, well, yes, it is. But what we're doing via the PMO is fostering partnerships within the sector, so we get a better outcome, obviously, with a partnership mentality rather than just a transactional mentality.
Thank you.
Councillor Gordon.
Yeah, I've got a question around page 2, section 5, new levels of service. And my question is, if we indicate a budget line in that block prior to consultation during the LTP, does that indicate a degree of predetermination that we might do something even though we haven't asked for permission to do it? Or do we just read this as prudent financial planning? This is for new stuff. I mean, it might be the Turakina toilet or Taihape grandstand, or stuff that we haven't actually gone out to the community and said, hey, we'd like to spend a chunk of your money.
That might be more of a government question. My understanding was that we were fairly confident that we'd be spending around that on the grandstand. Might be wrong.
Currently, yes. Yeah, in terms of the Taihape grandstand, we're not in a position to put anything in more detail yet because we don't have all the reports to provide.
Okay, that's right.
So just in terms of the carry forwards, what currently those carry forwards are budgeted to be done within this year's budget.
Yeah.
And therefore being paid for next year. So capital works we fund 1 year after the event.
I was in the depreciation being included in next year's.
Thinking of the rating effect.
Yeah, for the current draft budgets, we haven't said we're going to spend this year's 35 million. We pulled that figure back, so next year's depreciation won't be included in these.
Look,
Move the reception of the and note. Sorry, note the notation.
Forecast level.
Yeah,
I'll go with that. Councillor Belsham, are you moving?
Yes.
I'll second it.
So sorry, just on recommendation 3, the capital budget of 208. That was what we thought at the time. That is now nearer 40 grand, 45 grand. So you might want to change recommendation 3 to be a figure around, say, 50.
Okay.
Just tell.
Just change the 208 change the 208 to 45.
All right, so let's just deal with 2. Councillor Belsham, do you want to speak to 2?
No.
Right, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. 3, does somebody wish to move the repurposing, sorry, of the Taiapi Town Hall? I think we'll go for Councillor Duncan as mover.
No, I have a question.
Okay.
I have a question around it because it says further up the page that officers are investigating whether the Taiapi Town Hall would require a capital budget in 21-22. Therefore, if there is investigation still going on, why are we confident to go ahead and repurpose that budget, even though it's gone down to 45, to the roof for the Martin Town Hall? My question is this the only part of the unspent allocated funds above that can be repurposed? And also I'd like to say I think that it's not such a good look to be repurposing Taiapi money to go into Martin.
That's why I thought you wanted to move it.
I'm just saying.
District council, not a Taiapi
I
council.
absolutely agree, but and I also know that in previous documents it was said that this council was quite aware of allocating funds throughout the district. So I'm just asking the question.
Who do you want to answer the question? Who do you expect to have answered the question?
Okay, so there were several questions in there. First of all, is this the only allocated amount of money that can be repurposed?
Eileen, can I leave this with you?
So the rest of the 200,000 could be from that. Are you saying from the 200,000 or just
well,
budget overall?
No, sorry, thank you. So forecast to be unspent at 30th of June in the chart above, there is a number of funds there. I'm just wondering why that particular amount is going to be repurposed while the investigation is still going on.
Okay, so that is the only amount in the hall's budget.
Okay. And my other question was, with the investigation still going on, is it wise to be repurposing that fund?
Yes, the construction, investigation, etc. has been moved out into the long-term plan. So the 200,000 is actually now shown in 2023-24.
Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes.
Are you happy?
Very.
So are you prepared now to move?
And I will move.
Great. Councillor Hero, are you seconding my question? Right, we have a mover and a seconder with regard to item 3. Any further discussion? Because Councillor Hero.
No discussion, but my understanding is that it's not that the money's not being lost, it's just going to be heading further on down.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Put it to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. I'm moving to item number 20, the minutes and recommendations from committees. Would somebody move the receipt of these? Councillor Ash, Councillor Hero, those in favour? Can I just add a slight alteration to the Turakina one? It's quite interesting in that it was something I noted. I was present and an apology was received for me.
Yeah,
So
that's what I was thinking.
so maybe I was present and there was an apology for my.
They supply the minutes to us, so I'll get that changed.
Yeah.
You'll have to attend the next meeting, Your Worship, and make an amendment.
Right. So we've received all of those as a block. Those in favour? Sorry.
Receiving them only, that's fine.
Those against? Carried. Now we go to the minute numbers first one is from Turakina Community Committee, that the Turakina Community Meeting recommends to council that meeting times be returned to a 2-monthly in order to allow carry on their communication, consultation, etc. In other words, essentially they say, we don't want 3 months, we want 2 months. You wish to speak to this?
Yes, it says that the meeting times for all community committees. So this would need to apply to Hunterville and Martin, etc.
So this is their recommendation. If you wish to change it, then what I would suggest you do, if you want to make it applicable only to the Turakina Community Committee, you would need to amend it before adoption or decline it and move something else. Councillor Dalgety.
The Hunterville Community Committee hasn't set yet. They sit next Monday, but my inference from emails going round or from the community chair is that they're happy with the 3 months.
Yeah.
But that's not a given until we've set.
Yeah. Have we had feedback from Martin and Bulls?
There's no chairperson currently elected for the Martin Community Committee, so that will be on their agenda. And I haven't heard any feedback from the previous deputy chair.
I think Carolyn Bates identified herself as the chair.
Oh, when did they have that, mate?
I think that's an issue for staff to just do some checking up on. If she identified herself as the chair under request from the chief executive, you know, what's your role, then we have an issue. Councillor Hero.
So you said that there's an ability for us to change it, the recommendation, and can we just keep it to them? They're the only ones at this moment in time that have made that decision.
The first issue is, do you want it to be specific to the Turakina Community Committee? And if yes, then do you agree that they should have 2 monthly meetings? Can I have a show of hands?
Procedural question here, Your Worship. That recommendation has come from the community committee. Okay, I don't believe we have the ability to change their recommendation. So that would concern me that we would be sitting here and changing recommendation from the community committee. So all we could do is vote on it. And if we were to vote on it for, then that would be the case. But if we were to vote against, I would be thinking that we would go back to them with the reasons why. But I don't see us sitting here as Board of Governors to have any right to change a recommendation that's been brought to us by the community committee. In fact, I'd be quite concerned if we tried.
And that's the point that I made at the start. If the way you could do it is to turn this down, say no, but you could put an alternative recommendation from us to say we're prepared to accept it. Councillor, and then I'll go Councillor Panapo, and then I'll go Councillor Gordon. Councillor Belsham.
So, sorry, just clarifying that. So we don't even need to vote on this. We can go back to the Turakina Community Committee and ask.
No, you'd need to vote on it. You need to say yes or no. Councillor Panapo.
So I attended the committee meeting and it was quite animated. The key concerns that they presented were lack of consultation. They didn't feel consulted in the process, that they were just dictated to that this is how it was going to be. There was a feeling that this was a forerunner to getting rid of community committees altogether. So that was a concern. And the other thing was they felt that the 3 monthly space limited their ability to consult with their community. So they felt that the 2 monthly thing was a more reasonable process for them to consult with their community.
Councillor Gordon, then I'll put a decision process on the floor in front of you. Councillor
The
Gordon.
point I want to raise, and it comes very much from a community board perspective, is there's nothing stopping boards or committees workshopping in the months that they don't meet. In fact, Taibi Community Board regularly does it. And as far as I'm aware, they can make decisions there and they can get them down to council, and as long as they're not infringing the Local Government Act, they can still keep going. So they don't need a specific meeting date to represent the community and meet with them and do all sorts of stuff. This is just the formal part of the process.
Right, what I'll do is I'll go back a step. So you have a recommendation on the floor and it either wins or loses. So what I need is a motion that either we basically approve or decline. Councillor Wilson.
We motion that we decline the Turkana Committee's request as written.
So, well, we don't have to, we can just say.
Well, we just decline as it's written. As they've written it, we're declining it as the way that it's written.
Maybe, yeah, all right. Maybe I will do it that way. But you're moving that the Turkana Committee recommending to council that the meeting times and so on be declined would be your recommendation.
As they've worded it, yes,
So
be declined.
your motion would add be declined at the end of it.
Yes, yeah.
Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Hero seconding it. Anybody questioning me here on process?
Got a question, and it relates to if a recommendation is put to council and it fails, can an amended recommendation come back to council? I thought there was some legality around it. Can't come back in front of council to decide if it's slightly changed. That's what concerns me. So what we're saying is they could alter that to say just the Turkana Community Committee, but it is only a slight alteration, and I don't believe that can be put in front of council again.
Clarification, it's a significant alteration.
Yeah.
One is we're talking about possibly removing the word or. It's a significant alteration to the intent of the motion.
I agree. Thank you for your ruling. We have a mover and a seconder. If you finish speaking to the motion?
Yes.
Any other speakers to the motion as it sits? Right, I'll put it to the vote.
Sorry.
A question?
Yes, I'd like to my concern is that that it's going to be quite harsh going back to them, and I would like to see an explanation around why that may have been declined. And I wonder if, for instance, if the Hunterville board have not met yet, why can't we leave it on the table until after such feedback from another committee? You've said we can't do that, but do you see where I'm coming from? I mean, it's a...
Yeah, look, the staff or myself would go back to that committee and say, this is why it's been declined. So I'm quite happy to make sure that happens, or it can be a direction, an action from council. But here they are saying that all committees, and the question is, is that their right?
So that's an undertaking for staff, is it, to go back to them with the explanation? Thank you.
That can be done as an undertaking. Any further speakers to the motion? Councillor Heron.
Just to support, I support it in the fact of getting rid of all, because then that doesn't make sense to me. They can't talk on behalf of every other. It's up to those individual committees in my head to be coming forward with their own recommendations.
Yeah. Put it to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Right.
Worship. So I know we've just voted on it, but we didn't actually capture. So it's actually that the recommendation be declined.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wilson.
Was it Hero?
Hero?
Yeah. Yes. Carried.
That's right. Thank you.
Right. Now, if somebody wants to, they can either take that and have a discussion, or whether you want to offer them an olive branch, that's up to you guys. In other words, if you had a view that council would accept that the Turakina committee meet not fortnightly, bi-monthly. But I think it's better to have a conversation with them, to be honest. Councillor Carter.
I believe that is what they were trying to interpret myself. So I'd like to move in that respect for Turakina Community Committee to go back to a fortnight, 2 monthly meeting. Be able to go back to a 2 monthly meeting.
Right, so your motion would be that the Turakina Community Committee recommends to council that, no, recommending it, sorry.
Council recommends.
Your motion would be that the Turakina Community Committee returns to a bi-monthly community committee meeting. Could that do it?
I'll second that.
And leave it there. So you're moving that? Councillor Panapa is seconding that. Do you wish to speak further to it?
I think it's clear in what it's saying. I think it's interpreted for every community committee meeting to go back to it. They should be talking about themselves.
Yeah. Any further discussion on putting it to the vote? I want to move on here, guys. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Next resolution. This is finance performance. The Finance Performance Committee recommend to council that decisions around the community grants process to be put under the control of the Finance Performance Committee as of July 2021. Moved. Chair of Finance, seconded. Seconded Coral Raukawa. Sorry, Councillor Raukawa. Get that right. You'll speak to it.
Well, it's been discussed at the Finance Performance Committee, and already under the current circumstances, we have one community committee that can't provide any advice to that events funding round. So it shows the reasoning for bringing it back under the Finance Performance Committee.
All right, councillors, I'll put it straight to a vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Where does that leave us, councillors?
I have the community board.
Next one, the Taipi Community Board requests the council purchase a doggy do bin. I'm not just this, and I thought surely this could be done out of their own fees, or I'll donate them a doggy do bin. How much are they?
I have.
And that was, well, no, they're doing it out of their money, small projects grant scheme. I'll move, looking for a second to that. Councillor Gordon, I'll put this straight to a vote. It's their money out of their small project grant.
Why has it come here?
Yeah,
Why has it come here? I don't think we should even be voting on a recommendation when they've made an agreement.
Let's just please them.
Yep.
Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Right, move on. I agree with you though. Ratana Community Board meeting, that the Ratana Community Board recommend to council that the Ratana Community Board be a mediator between council contractors and council. I'd be interested in the Chief Executive's opinion on this, and he did attend the meeting. Was there, whether there's an operational, you're getting an elected panel, community board, I can see some degree of sense in it from a local perspective, to be honest. Your comment.
Firstly, to acknowledge Councillor Panapa as hand up earlier regarding potential conflict of interest. I would wonder if he may, if any decision around here, he may wish to declare that. I know his nod. Thank you, Councillor.
Could the minutes reflect that Councillor Panapa has declared a conflict of interest with regard to this matter?
Regarding the matter at hand, thank you. Ratana is unique in terms of having a communal board and a community board. The community board is a recognised conduit to council with members elected, etc. The communal board are elected amongst themselves. Council wish to have good relationships with Ratana. And the communal board have requested a memorandum of understanding with council, not the community board. And there are council contracts that we have for lawn mowing, etc., with the communal board and not with the community board. I think it's complication rather than anything else from council's side, and I don't believe from an operational perspective, I wish to do what's best for the people of Ratana, for the community, and I think that's where all my staff sit as well. And I believe we have a conduit, and that is the community board, and I feel that's my natural entry into the community, as I do with the Bulls Community Board, the Martin Community Committee, the Bulls Community Committee. I've mixed up community boards and committees, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Thank you, Richard.
I guess the bottom line is, would you support this motion? I would support a motion, be a conduit rather than mediator. I use the word mediator. My interpretation of the word mediator is normally where there is a conflict. And I think it's in the spirit of cooperation. It's meant to be a flow of information rather than to resolve conflict. Councillor Wilson.
I move that we decline it, again, purely and simply as it is written. If we read what it actually says there, it says that the Ratana Community Board recommends to council that the Ratana Community Board be a mediator between council contractors and council. It doesn't actually say that it's anything to do with Ratana at all. So as it's written, we can't accept this here anyway. But I do think we need to recognise, a greater partnership that the chief executive has indicated with both the community board out and the communal board, and I think that's really, really important. And I think the sentiment is what has been offered here is equally as important. But as that recommendation is written, there's no way we can possibly accept it. But I think we accept the sentiment of it. But I'm purely and simply saying that I'm voting to decline the recommendation as worded in the order paper before us today.
I'll second this. Essentially, this means if somebody's working on the Turkana Valley roading program as a contractor, then the Ratana Community Board will be the mediator between that contract and the council. So my advice is strongly that you decline. However, let's do it a step at a time. Speaking, you covered it.
Nothing further to say.
I'll put it to the vote. So you're recommending, you need to put the words in there that you recommending be declined.
Yeah, the council declines.
Right, put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. What I would suggest is that the chief executive goes back to the community board and reworks the recommendation as an action.
Yes, that is am I allowed to speak to this on behalf of the communal board?
Try it, and if I think you're getting into dicey ground, I will stop you.
Okay, so at the last meeting last week, I raised this with the board. Their response was that they feel that their relationship with district council is at a higher level than the community board.
Ooh. That's an interesting position for them to take.
So that's where the communal board sits in regard to this. I did encourage them that it was about the relationship with council through the community board, and they understood that, but they felt that it was a higher relationship.
Councillor Raukawa.
Just a question.
I don't know if Wari could answer it, but has the council always worked and given works to the communal board and not the community board?
So council has some contracts that are administered through the communal board.
Okay, kia ora. Thank you.
Right. Late items, none. Right. I would like now somebody move that we move into public excluded. Councillors, do you want a 5-minute break or do you just want to plough on and finish it? Plough on and finish it. Thank you. Would somebody like to move for the reasons given?
So moved.
Seconded, Councillor Hira. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you.